Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I still remember the weight of the air that morning, heavy with dust and the promise of secrets. It was early April, the kind of spring day that carries winter's chill in its shadows. The renovation project on the old Whitaker home on Maple Street had been underway for 3 weeks when I got the call. "Detective Reed, you might want to come down here." Mason Tucker's voice, usually confident from years of contracting work, wavered slightly. "We found something when we broke up the basement floor." I drove slowly through the quiet neighborhood, past houses with history etched into their foundations. The Whitaker house stood apart, a 1930s colonial that had changed hands 4 times in the past decade. The current owners, a young couple from Chicago, had never met the previous residents. The front door was propped open with a paint can, and the smell of wet concrete and disturbed earth greeted me. Mason stood at the basement stairs, his work boots leaving dusty prints on the wooden steps. Without speaking, he led me down into the cool dimness below. "We were breaking up this section to fix the drainage," he explained, pointing to a corner where 3 workers stood around a jagged hole in the concrete floor. The slab was much thinner here than the rest, different pour, different concrete mix. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing against the stone foundation walls. The workers parted like a curtain, revealing what lay beneath the broken concrete, fabric folded with precision, preserved in the darkness. A blanket. "Nobody touched it after we saw what it was," Mason said quietly. I crouched down, the cold from the floor seeping through my pants. The blanket was small, child-sized, with a pattern of pale yellow ducks still visible despite years, entombed in darkness. I pulled latex gloves from my pocket and carefully lifted one corner. That's when I saw it, embroidered in blue thread in the corner. Eliza. The stitching was delicate, each letter formed with careful precision in a flowing script I didn't recognize. "Call the forensic team," I said, my voice echoing in the suddenly silent basement, "and get me everything you can on previous owners." The house records arrived before the forensic team. The Whitakers had purchased the home 3 years ago from a Gerald Kaufman, who owned it for just 18 months. Before that, the Hendersons lived there for 4 years. And before them, the Lowell family, Daniel and Rebecca Lowell, who bought the house in 2008 and sold it in 2016. I traced my finger down the list, stopping at a note in the margin. The Lowells had a daughter. Her name wasn't mentioned. The forensic team worked methodically, photographing and measuring before carefully excavating the blanket. Beneath it lay nothing but dirt, no remains, no other personal effects, just a child's blanket deliberately placed and sealed beneath concrete. "The pour here is amateur work," said Leanne from forensics, brushing concrete dust from her knees as she stood. "Different mix, like your contractor said, not done by professionals." I nodded, watching as they bagged the blanket. Timeline. Hard to say precisely, but based on the condition of the fabric and the concrete composition, I'd estimate it was poured 7 to 10 years ago. The Lowell years. I spent the afternoon in the archives, going through old cases, looking for reports of missing children around that time. Nothing matched our scenario exactly. No child named Eliza reported missing from the area. Daniel and Rebecca Lowell had left forwarding addresses when they moved, first an apartment across town, then a house in Vermont. The Vermont address was now 3 years old. I made calls, sent emails, and waited. That night I brought the case file home. My apartment felt especially hollow that evening, the silence broken only by the soft tick of the kitchen clock and the shuffle of papers. The Lowells had been quiet residents, according to neighbors, kept to themselves. No one mentioned a child. But there was the blanket with its carefully embroidered name, Eliza. The call from Vermont came the next morning. Rebecca Lowell answered on the third ring. Mrs. Lowell, I'm Detective Reed with the Riverdale Police Department. I'm calling about your previous residence on Maple Street. A pause stretched between us, filled with static and something else, anticipation perhaps, or dread. Has something happened? Her voice was steady, controlled. We're conducting an investigation and came across something during renovations. I was hoping you could answer a few questions about your time in the house. Another pause, of course. Did you have any children while living there? The silence that followed lasted so long I thought we'd lost the connection. No, she finally said, we never had children. Do you know anyone named Eliza? Her breathing changed just slightly, but enough for me to notice. Why do you ask? We found a child's blanket with that name embroidered on it, buried under concrete in your basement. The phone went quiet. When she spoke again, her voice had dropped to nearly a whisper. That would have been my sister's work, the embroidery. I waited, pen poised over my notepad. My sister Rachel was troubled. She lived with us for a while in that house. She was pregnant when she came to us. The father wasn't in the picture. I wrote as she spoke, each word measured and deliberate. She had the baby there at home, a girl. She wanted to name her Eliza. And where are Rachel and Eliza now? The silence returned, heavier this time. Rachel had postpartum depression, severe. She wouldn't let anyone see the baby, became paranoid. Then one day she was just gone, left a note saying she needed time. We never heard from her again. And the baby. She took Eliza with her, at least that's what we assumed. The cold that had been building in my chest crystallized. Did you report this to the police? Rachel was an adult. She left voluntarily, and she was Eliza's mother. When did Daniel redo the basement floor? The sharp intake of breath was audible through the phone. How did you know it was Daniel? Just following the evidence, Mrs. Lowell. When did he pour that concrete? About a month after Rachel left. He said we needed to fix the drainage issues. I closed my eyes, seeing the scene play out in my mind. A troubled young mother, a crying infant, a sister's blanket lovingly embroidered with a name. Mrs. Lowell, I'm going to need you and your husband to come back to Riverdale to answer some more questions. Is this about Rachel? Have you found her? No, I said softly, looking down at the photograph of the folded blanket, perfectly preserved in its concrete tomb. But I think we need to find out what happened to Eliza. The ground-penetrating radar team arrived the next day. By evening, they had identified 3 more anomalies beneath the basement floor. As the concrete was carefully broken away from the first site, I stood watching, the weight of unspoken possibilities hanging in the damp basement air. Some secrets refuse to stay buried, no matter how much concrete you pour over them. And some names, like Eliza's, wait patiently in the darkness, embroidered in thread that refuses to fade until someone finally hears their silent testimony. Story 2. I remember the first time I saw the map. It was early October when the trees surrounding the cabin had begun their transformation, painting the forest in shades of amber and crimson. The hunting cabin itself was nothing remarkable, a simple two-bedroom structure tucked away in the foothills of the Appalachians, miles from the nearest neighbor. Uncle Raymond had left it to me in his will, though I'd only met him twice in my life. "He always liked you," my mother had said, but I wondered how he could have formed any meaningful impression during our brief encounters. The key had arrived in a small manila envelope, accompanied by a handwritten note with directions and a warning to check the generator before nightfall. I'd followed those directions carefully, watching as the narrow dirt road wound deeper into the woods, cell service fading with each passing mile. I spent that first afternoon exploring the cabin, running my fingers along the rough-hewn wooden furniture, opening cabinets filled with canned goods and hunting supplies. The place smelled of cedar and something else, something older, like paper left too long in a damp place. It was while examining the contents of a small cabinet in the bedroom that I found it, tucked behind a stack of faded field guides and topographical surveys. The map was drawn on what appeared to be parchment, yellowed at the edges, with roots traced in a rusty red that had faded to a dull brown in places. At first, I assumed it was iron gall ink, common in older documents. It was only later, much later, that I learned the truth about what had been used to mark those winding paths. The cabin itself was clearly indicated at the bottom corner of the map, with a trail leading north through the forest, crossing a small stream, continuing past a distinctive rock formation shaped like a bear's head. I recognized it from my drive in, and then deeper into territory I hadn't yet explored. At the trail's end, marked with an X, was a single word written in the same faded reddish-brown: mine. I assumed it referred to an old mining operation. These hills had been prospected extensively in the late 1800s, mostly for coal but occasionally for more precious minerals. The map seemed older than Uncle Raymond's time here. Perhaps he'd found it himself and kept it as a curiosity. I decided I would follow it the next day, curious about what remained of this mine after all these years. That night, as I settled into the creaking bed with its heavy quilts, I heard something moving outside. Not the familiar sounds of forest wildlife, but something more deliberate, footsteps perhaps, circling the cabin at a distance. I told myself it was merely a deer or maybe a black bear scavenging before winter. Still, I checked the locks twice before returning to bed. Morning brought with it a penetrating mist that hung between the trees like ghostly curtains. I dressed warmly, packed water and snacks, and tucked the map into my jacket pocket. The trail was overgrown but still discernible, winding between ancient oaks and hemlocks. The stream marked on the map was right where it should be, though the wooden bridge had long since rotted away, leaving only stone foundations on either bank. I crossed at a shallow point, the cold water seeping into my boots despite my careful steps. The bare rock appeared after about an hour's hike, its profile unmistakable against the gray sky. But here I noticed something unsettling. Carved into the stone were symbols I didn't recognize, crude figures that might have been letters in some alphabet I'd never seen. They looked old, worn by decades of rain and snow, but something about their placement seemed deliberate, warning perhaps. Beyond the rock, the trail grew fainter, and I found myself checking the map more frequently. The terrain became steeper, forcing me to use tree trunks for balance as I climbed. The silence deepened too, no birdsong, no rustling in the underbrush, just the soft sound of my own breathing and the occasional snap of a twig beneath my feet. It was early afternoon when I reached what had to be the location marked as mine on the map, but there was no mine entrance, no abandoned equipment, nothing to suggest the earth had ever been excavated here. Instead, I found myself in a small clearing, oddly circular, as if the trees had intentionally grown to form this perfect ring. At the center stood a stone cairn about 4 feet high, carefully balanced rocks piled one atop another. Something glinted between the stones, a small metal box, tarnished green with age but still intact. I worked it free carefully, half expecting it to crumble in my hands, but it was surprisingly solid. The clasp was stiff, but eventually gave way with a soft click that seemed unnaturally loud in a quiet clearing. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth that had remained remarkably well preserved, was a journal bound in dark leather. The first page bore only a name, Raymond Kessler, and a date from 1973, 50 years ago. My uncle's journal, though he would have been a young man then, barely 20. I sat with my back against the cairn and began to read. The handwriting was tight and controlled at first, describing Uncle Raymond's discovery of the map in much the same way I had found it, hidden in the cabin he had purchased from a local family named Blackwood. He too had followed it to this clearing, but what he found was not a cairn but a shaft descending into darkness, reinforced with ancient timbers that seemed to sweat in the summer heat. His entries detailed his exploration of the mine over several weeks. He described tunnels that couldn't have been dug for any practical purpose, rooms where the walls had been carved with the same symbols he had seen on the bare rock. He wrote of finding artifacts, stone tools, pottery fragments, and drawings that made my skin crawl, showing figures that were not quite human engaged in acts I cannot bring myself to describe. As the journal progressed, the handwriting changed, becoming more erratic. Raymond began to write about dreams where he was led deeper into the mind by figures he couldn't quite see, about whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He became convinced that the mine predated any recorded settlement in the area, that it had been dug for purposes unrelated to any mineral wealth. The final entries were almost illegible, the words crowded together as if he couldn't get them onto the page fast enough. He wrote about deciding to seal the mine entrance, about collecting rocks from the stream bed, and building what must have been the very cairn I was now leaning against. His last entry simply read, "It's done. God forgive me if it's not enough." I closed the journal, a chill running through me despite the afternoon sun filtering through the trees. Why had Uncle Raymond left me this cabin, knowing what lay beneath it? Was the map a warning or an invitation? And if he had sealed something inside the mine, was it still there, waiting? As I rose to leave, I noticed something I had missed before, a small gap between the stones of the cairn near the base. A dark space just large enough for a hand to reach inside, and from that darkness came the faintest sound, a whisper so quiet I might have imagined it, calling a name that was not my own. I should have walked away. I should have taken the journal and the map and left that clearing forever. But curiosity is a powerful force, as powerful as fear. I found myself kneeling beside the cairn, reaching toward that darkness, my fingers trembling as they crossed the threshold between light and shadow. What I touched there, what I discovered beneath that carefully constructed pile of stones, is something I have tried for months to forget. But some knowledge cannot be unlearned, some doors cannot be closed once opened, and sometimes inheritance carries with it obligations that stretch back far longer than we could ever imagine. The map drawn in blood still sits in my desk drawer. I've considered destroying it many times, but something always stops me. Perhaps because deep down I know it wouldn't matter. The root is etched not just on parchment now, but in my memory. And on certain nights when the moon is just a sliver and the forest seems to press against the cabin walls, I find myself looking toward the north, toward the clearing and what lies beneath it, wondering if the whispers I now hear are coming from the mine or from within my own mind. After all, blood calls to blood. and maps once drawn are meant to be followed. Story 3, I noticed it on the third day of the investigation. It looked like a closet at first glance, painted shut, no knob. But when they pried it open, there were no hinges, no latch, just a sealed doorway nailed directly into the frame. Inside, a pile of shoes, mismatched, all children's sizes, none newer than 1999. The air in that room was different, stagnant, 25 years of stillness disturbed by our intrusion. I remember how the dust particles caught the beam of my flashlight, suspended as if time itself had frozen in this forgotten space of the old Victorian house on Maple Street. The case started as a simple property dispute. The Henderson estate had remained abandoned since old Mr. Henderson passed away in 2001, but his will had finally cleared probate, and his grandson, a software engineer from Seattle who had never even visited the house, inherited everything. When the real estate agent came to assess the property, she noticed peculiarities in the architectural layout, a missing 3 feet between the guest bedroom and the main bathroom. Space unaccounted for. I was called in as a consultant. After 23 years with the Oak Ridge Police Department, I'd transitioned to private investigation work, specializing in cold cases and property disputes. Nothing that would keep me up at night, or so I thought. Detective Hayes, the real estate agent Ms. Winters, had said when she called. Her voice carried an edge of unease that I'd come to recognize over my years of service. There's something not right about this house. The Henderson house sat at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, its Victorian architecture imposing against the modern homes that had sprung up around it. 3 stories of faded grandeur, with a turret on the eastern corner and a wraparound porch that had seen better days. The paint, once white, had yellowed to the color of old bones. The interior smelled of mothballs and neglect. Each room we entered disturbed years of settled dust, creating halos around the beams from our flashlights. The electricity had been shut off for years. The discrepancy is on the 2nd floor, Ms. Winters explained, leading me up a staircase that creaked beneath our weight. According to the original blueprints from 1892, and comparing to the current dimensions, there should be additional space between these 2 rooms. I took measurements confirming her suspicion. 3 feet of space unaccounted for. In older homes, this wasn't uncommon. Sometimes walls were built thicker for insulation, or small storage spaces were created between rooms. But something about this particular discrepancy felt deliberate. On the 3rd day, after careful examination of the wall's texture and the baseboard's continuity, I found it, a nearly invisible seam in the wallpaper. When pressed, the wallpaper gave slightly, revealing the outline of what appeared to be a doorway. We carefully cut around the seam, revealing a door that had been plastered over, painted, and wallpapered to match the surrounding wall perfectly. There was no knob, no hinges, just a wooden panel secured directly into the frame with long, antiquated nails. It took 2 hours of careful work to remove it without damaging potential evidence. The smell hit us first, not decay, nothing so dramatic, but the musty scent of a space sealed off from fresh air for decades. The small room, barely larger than a closet, contained only one thing, a pile of children's shoes. Sneakers, sandals, dress shoes, all sizes that would fit children between approximately 5 and 10 years old, all covered in a thick layer of dust, all from the late 1990s, judging by the styles. I photographed everything before disturbing the scene. 27 shoes in total, none matching, left feet and right feet mixed together, some with shoelaces neatly tied, others without. A blue Velcro sneaker with Power Rangers on the side, a girl's patent leather dress shoe with a small scuff on the toe. a boy's hiking boot caked with dried mud. "We need to call this in," I said to Ms. Winters, who had gone very pale. The investigation expanded quickly. Records showed that between 1995 and 1999, 3 children had gone missing from Oak Ridge and surrounding counties. None of the cases had been solved. None had any connection to Henderson that investigators could find at the time. Henderson himself had been a retired high school janitor, kept to himself. Neighbors described him as quiet and polite, but not friendly. The classic description of so many who hide darkness behind ordinary facades. He had died of natural causes, a heart attack in 2001, and the house had remained in probate limbo due to various legal complications with the estate. We found no bodies, no DNA evidence beyond what would be expected from children wearing shoes. No journals or trophies or photographs, just the shoes sealed away behind a door with no hinges. The forensic team matched one pair to Jeremy Collins, age 7, who disappeared while walking home from a friend's house in 1997. Another to Sarah Matthews, age 9, last seen at a community pool in the summer of 1998. 3 more were tentatively matched to other missing children cases from nearby counties. But 21 shoes remained unidentified. 21 shoes that might represent children who were never reported missing. Children who had no one to notice their absence. Or perhaps children who had been taken from places far enough away that no one made the connection to Henderson. We searched the entire house. Ground-penetrating radar scanned the yard and found nothing unusual. Henderson's financial records showed no suspicious transactions. His work record at the school was unremarkable, neither outstanding nor problematic. The case remains open. The shoes sit in evidence bags in the county storage facility. Henderson's grandson sold the house at a loss, unable to bear the weight of what had been discovered there. The new owners renovated extensively, tearing down walls, opening up spaces, letting light into every corner. Sometimes on quiet nights when sleep eludes me, I find myself thinking about that sealed doorway. About what compels a person to collect such trophies, to preserve them so carefully behind a wall, to create a shrine that no one was ever meant to find. I think about the missing children, about whether any of them might still be alive somewhere, grown now, with no memory of their early years. And I wonder about the doors we pass every day, the ones we don't see because they've been so carefully hidden. The doors with no hinges, sealed shut, concealing secrets that perhaps were never meant to be uncovered. The Henderson case changed me. I no longer see spaces the same way. Every wall might contain something hidden. Every missing inch might matter. Every ordinary person might harbor extraordinary secrets. The door with no hinges was just the beginning. The true mystery lies in what we didn't find, the stories behind each unclaimed shoe, the fates of children whose names we may never know, and the question that haunts me still. How many more doors like this exist, waiting to be discovered in ordinary houses on ordinary streets? The investigation continues, but some puzzles are never fully solved. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. Story 4, she never noticed it growing up. A man in the background of their family portrait, blurry, indistinct. But when she looked closer, he was in every version of the photo ever taken in the house, always in the same spot, and always looking at her. I remember the first time Claire Donovan called me. Her voice carried a strange mixture of embarrassment and genuine fear. It was the kind of call that comes in late on a Friday when most detectives have already left for the weekend. The rain tapped gently against my office window, creating a soothing rhythm that contrasted with the tension in her voice. I was thumbing through old case files, my desk lamp casting long shadows across weathered manila folders. "I know how this sounds," she began, her words measured and cautious, "but there's someone in my family photos who shouldn't be there. I've worked cold cases for 15 years now. Most calls I receive involve tangible evidence. A bloodstain someone noticed years later, an inherited letter with a confession, a deathbed revelation, not mysterious figures in photographs, but something in Claire's voice, a resigned certainty rather than hysteria, made me agree to meet her the following morning. The Donovan family home sat at the end of a quiet suburban street. Large oak trees lined the driveway, their leaves rustling softly in the autumn breeze. The house itself was a well-maintained colonial, the kind passed down through generations. Claire answered the door before I could knock, as if she'd been watching from the window. She was in her mid-30s, with dark circles under her eyes that suggested several sleepless nights. "Thank you for coming," she said, leading me through a hallway adorned with family photographs spanning decades. The walls told the story of a typical American family. Births, graduations, weddings, all captured and displayed chronologically. In her living room, a large table was covered with photo albums, loose photographs, and several magnifying glasses. The scent of old paper and photochemicals hung in the air. Claire had been preparing for this meeting, organizing evidence like a detective herself. "It started when I was cleaning out my parents' attic after they passed," she explained, her fingers tracing the edge of a photo album. "They died within months of each other last year. Heart problems, nothing suspicious." She opened the album to a marked page. It was a family portrait from what appeared to be the late 1990s, Claire as a teenager, standing with her parents and younger brother in front of their fireplace during Christmas. The image was well composed, everyone smiling naturally, but in the background, partially obscured by a shadow near the dining room entrance, was the blurry outline of what could be a man. "I wouldn't have noticed it," Claire continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper, "except I found this." She slid another photograph across the table. The same Christmas, the same pose, clearly taken moments before or after the first one. The family's positions were slightly different, but the figure in the background remained exactly the same, not just similar, identical. "That's not possible," I said, reaching for the magnifying glass. "If it were a real person, there would be some variation in position." Claire nodded slowly, "Exactly, and then I found these." One by one, she showed me family photographs spanning nearly 20 years. Different occasions, different seasons, different cameras. Some were professional portraits, others casual snapshots. In each one, once you knew where to look, the same indistinct male figure could be spotted. Always at the periphery, always slightly out of focus, always positioned so that something, a lamp, a door frame, a piece of furniture, partially obscured him. And always looking at Claire. "Did anyone else ever notice this figure?" I asked, carefully examining each photo. "No," Claire replied. "I asked my brother, my aunts, my cousins. They either don't see him at all or dismiss it as a shadow or photographic anomaly. But look." She handed me a photograph from what appeared to be her high school graduation. In this image, the figure was slightly more visible, standing among distant relatives in the background of a backyard celebration. Still blurry, but definitely human-shaped. I spent hours that day examining every photograph, taking notes of dates, occasions, who took each picture. The methodical process was almost meditative, the gentle scratching of my pen against notepad, the soft sliding of photographs across the wooden table, the occasional creak of the house settling around us. "When did your parents buy this house?" I asked, noticing that the figure only appeared in photos taken inside or on the property. "They didn't buy it," Claire said. "It's been in my father's family since it was built in 1927. My great-grandfather was the original owner." That evening I visited the county records office. The clerk recognized me, nodding silently as she led me to the archives room. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sterile glow over rows of filing cabinets. I found the property records for the Donovan house easily enough, tracing ownership back through the decades. Robert Donovan, Claire's great-grandfather, had indeed built the house. He was a successful businessman who made his fortune in textiles. The records showed he lived there with his wife Alina and their 3 children. Everything seemed ordinary until I found a newspaper clipping from 1932 tucked into the property file. The headline read, "Local businessman's partner missing, foul play suspected." According to the article, James Harlow, Robert Donovan's business partner, had disappeared after a heated argument over company finances. Witnesses reported seeing the 2 men arguing at the Donovan home the night Harlow vanished. Police investigated Robert Donovan but found insufficient evidence to charge him. Harlow's body was never found. The newspaper included a grainy photograph of James Harlow. Even with the poor quality, I felt a chill travel up my spine. The build, the posture, it bore a striking resemblance to the figure in Claire's family photographs. 3 days later, after consulting with forensic photography experts and historical researchers, I returned to Claire's house. She opened the door before I knocked, just as before. This time, she looked even more exhausted. "You found something," she said. It wasn't a question. We sat in her kitchen, the afternoon light filtering through curtains, casting dappled patterns on the wooden table between us. I slid the copy of the newspaper article across to her. "James Harlow," I said quietly, "your great-grandfather's business partner." Claire studied the photograph, her fingers trembling slightly as they touched the paper. "It's him, isn't it? The man in our photos." I nodded slowly. "I believe so, and I think there's more to the story of his disappearance than what was reported." The next week involved careful excavation of the Donovan property. We focused on an area behind the garage where ground-penetrating radar had revealed an anomaly. The work was slow and deliberate, trowels carefully removing layers of soil, each scoop methodically sifted and examined. On the 4th day of excavation, 6 feet below the surface, we found human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to a male, approximately 40 years old at time of death. Blunt force trauma to the skull suggested homicide. Carbon dating and dental records comparison with what was available from the 1930s supported our theory. We had found James Harlow. What we couldn't explain through science was why his image had appeared in decades of family photographs, always watching Claire. Some mysteries I've learned over my years of detective work defy conventional explanation. The case file for James Harlow was officially closed, the cause of death listed as homicide, perpetrator presumed to be Robert Donovan, now long deceased. Claire sold the house soon after, unable to remain in a place with such history. Before she left, she gathered all the family photographs and burned them in the backyard fire pit. I stood with her as the flames consumed decades of memories, the smoke rising in thin tendrils against the twilight sky. "Do you think he'll follow me?" she asked, watching the last photograph curl and blacken in the flames. I couldn't give her a definitive answer. Some attachments, it seems, transcend what we understand about life and death, about justice and resolution. The last I heard from Claire, she had moved to another state and started over. She mentioned in her email that she avoids having her photograph taken now, just to be safe. But sometimes on quiet evenings when the rain taps against my window and I'm reviewing old case files, I wonder about James Harlow. Was his appearance in those photos some kind of evidence that wouldn't fade with time, a victim's persistence to be found, or something else entirely, a reminder that some secrets never truly stay buried, that the past has a way of coming into focus, even when we try to keep it blurred in the background? I keep a copy of that first family photo Claire showed me, tucked away in my personal files. Not as evidence the case is closed after all, but as a reminder that justice can arrive in unexpected ways, revealing itself gradually, like an image slowly developing in a darkroom. And sometimes, when the light hits it just right, I could swear the figure in the background has shifted, ever so slightly, turning his gaze away from Claire, and toward me instead. Story 5. I still remember the weight of the humid summer air as I stepped onto the abandoned campground that morning. The kind of heaviness that clings to your skin and makes each movement feel deliberate, almost dreamlike. Pine needles crunched softly beneath my shoes, releasing their earthy scent with each step. This place had been forgotten for nearly a decade, Whispering Pines campground, once filled with laughter and the smoke of campfires, now silent except for the occasional call of a distant bird. My name is Detective Morgan Reeves, and I hadn't come here by accident. An anonymous tip had arrived at our precinct 3 days earlier, a handwritten note with coordinates and 5 simple words: "Look inside, they're still waiting." The campground sprawled before me, a collection of weathered cabins and rusted trailers partially reclaimed by nature. Wild grass had pushed through the gravel paths, and ivy crept up the walls of what once had been the main office. My flashlight beam caught the reflection of a broken window, throwing light back at me like a warning. I moved slowly, deliberately, cataloging each detail as I passed. Cabin 4 with its door hanging by a single hinge. Cabin 7 with raccoon tracks leading in and out. The communal fire pit, now a shallow depression filled with rainwater and fallen leaves. Time here seemed to have its own rhythm, unhurried and indifferent. The morning sun filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows that shifted with the breeze. In the distance, I could make out a cluster of old trailers arranged in a rough semicircle. According to the faded map I carried, these would have been the seasonal residences, rented by the same families year after year, permanent enough to feel like home, temporary enough to escape responsibility. The first trailer I approached had collapsed inward, its roof concave from years of snow and neglect. The second was little more than a rusted shell, but the third stood apart. Someone had been here more recently. The overgrowth around its metal steps had been disturbed, trampled down by multiple footfalls. I paused at the bottom step, listening to the subtle sounds of the forest around me. A chipmunk skittered across a nearby log. The wind whispered through the pines overhead. But the trailer before me held a different kind of silence, expectant, almost conscious. The aluminum door creaked as I pushed it open, my gloved hand leaving a clean impression in the dust. Inside, the air felt thick and stale, untouched for years until recently. Particles danced in the beam of my flashlight as I swept it across the interior. A small kitchenette with peeling laminate countertops, a booth-style table with torn vinyl seating, a narrow hallway leading to what would have been a bedroom. But it was what stood in the center of the main living area that made my breath catch. A large chest freezer, the kind families once filled with venison or summer berries. This one was different. Heavy chains wrapped around its body, secured with a padlock that had rusted to a deep orange. Not the rust of recent months, but years, perhaps a decade of exposure to the humid seasonal changes. I approached it slowly, my footsteps hollow against the trailer floor. My audio recorder captured the subtle sounds, my measured breathing, the creak of floorboards, the distant call of a crow outside. This moment, I knew, was one I would revisit in my mind for years to come. The freezer had been white once, but now bore the yellowish patina of age. A fine layer of dust covered its surface, except for several distinct handprints, recent ones on the lid and around the chains. Someone else had stood exactly where I was standing, had touched what I was about to touch. I radioed for the forensic team to join me, then waited, the silence of the trailer broken only by the occasional groan of metal expanding in the morning heat. They arrived within 20 minutes, 2 technicians with cases of equipment and a bolt cutter that looked almost obscenely new against the aged surroundings. We documented everything meticulously, photographs from every angle, samples of the dust, measurements of the freezer and its position within the room. The chains came off with surprising ease, the padlock's internal mechanism having long since corroded. "Ready," Jacob, the lead technician, looked at me with the kind of anticipation that comes from years of expecting the worst. I nodded, and together we lifted the lid. The smell was not what I had expected. No decomposition, no horror, just the musty scent of old paper and metal. The freezer was empty except for 4 envelopes placed carefully at its center, undisturbed by time or elements, protected by the sealed environment of the freezer. 3 of the envelopes had names written in neat, flowing script: Thomas Mercer, Elaine Donovan, Christopher Walden. Names that stirred a distant memory, a case from before my time with the department. The 4th envelope bore a question instead of a name: who's next? We photographed the envelopes in place, then carefully transferred them to evidence bags. Each felt light, containing perhaps a single sheet of paper, nothing more. The laboratory would open them later, under controlled conditions, extracting whatever secrets they held without compromising potential evidence. As we processed the scene, my mind worked through the possible connections. Thomas Mercer, the name was familiar from old case files. A local businessman who had disappeared in 2011, leaving behind a failing construction company and mounting debts. His car had been found at a rest stop 50 miles north, keys still in the ignition. The prevailing theory had been suicide, though no body was ever recovered. Elaine Donovan had vanished a year after Mercer, in the summer of 2012. A high school mathematics teacher, divorced, no children. She had left her home for a morning jog and never returned. Her case had gone cold after months without leads. Christopher Walden, his disappearance had garnered the most attention. The 16-year-old son of a county judge, last seen walking home from a friend's house on a clear autumn evening in 2013. Search parties had combed these very woods for weeks. Missing posters with his young face had yellowed on community bulletin boards for years afterward. 3 missing persons spaced almost exactly 1 year apart. All had been investigated separately by different detectives with different theories. Not once had anyone connected them to this abandoned campground or to each other. And now a 4th envelope, a question, a threat, a promise. Back at the station, I spread the old case files across my desk. Photographs of the missing stared back at me. Mercer with his confident smile, Donovan's staff ID picture, Walden's school portrait. ordinary people whose ordinary lives had been interrupted by something or someone extraordinary. The lab called at 6:42 that evening. The contents of the envelopes had been analyzed. Each contained a single photograph and a small pressed wildflower. Thomas Mercer, sitting bound to a chair in what appeared to be a rustic cabin, eyes wide with fear. Elaine Donovan in a similar pose in what might have been the same location. Christopher Walden, tears streaking his young face. And the fourth envelope, a blank piece of photographic paper, waiting to be filled. A pressed flower, identified as meadow saffron, highly toxic if ingested, and a handwritten note that simply read, "I'm still here. Are you looking hard enough?" That night, as I drove back to the campground with a full investigative team, rain began to fall, soft at first, then with increasing intensity. Water ran in rivulets down the windshield, distorting the glow of flashlights that now moved through the property like fireflies. Forensic technicians in white coveralls carefully processed each trailer, each cabin. I stood under the shelter of a large pine, watching the methodical search unfold. The rain drummed against the abandoned structures, washed away years of dust, revealing details long hidden by time and neglect. Somewhere in this place were answers, perhaps even Thomas, Elaine, and Christopher themselves. My phone vibrated in my pocket. A text message from the records department. Found connection. All three visited Whispering Pines summer before disappearance. Rental records attached. I scrolled through the attached documents, the glow of my phone screen illuminating my face in the darkness. Thomas Mercer had rented Cabin 8 for a weekend in July 2010. Elaine Donovan had stayed in Trailer 3, the very one with the freezer, for a week in August 2011. Christopher Walden's family had occupied Cabin 12 during a family reunion in June 2012. Different times, different accommodations, but one common thread. All had been guests at Whispering Pines shortly before their disappearances. And the campground's caretaker during those years, a man named Howard Lerner, who had himself vanished without a trace when the campground closed in 2014. No forwarding address, no social media presence, seemingly no existence beyond his role at Whispering Pines. As I stared at his staff photograph, a thin-faced man with distant eyes and a practiced smile, a crack of thunder rolled across the sky. One of the forensic technicians called out, their voice barely audible above the rain. They had found something in Cabin 8. Something that had been carefully hidden beneath loose floorboards, a camera, old but well preserved, and inside it a roll of film waiting to be developed. Some cases begin with a bang, dramatic crime scenes, witnesses, clear evidence, but others unfold slowly, like a whisper that gradually becomes loud enough to hear. The Whispering Pines case was the latter. A patient predator who had waited years for someone to find his message, a puzzle deliberately left to be solved. As I write this, the investigation continues. The film is being processed in the lab. Ground-penetrating radar is scanning the campground for disturbances in the soil. Howard Lerner's name has been entered into every database available to law enforcement. And I return to the campground each day, walking its grounds, listening to its sounds, feeling the weight of 3 lives, possibly more, hanging in the balance of what we might discover. The 4th envelope remains in evidence storage, its blank photograph a reminder that somewhere someone is watching, waiting, perhaps even selecting who might be next. In this profession, we learn that some mysteries resist easy resolution. Some questions linger far beyond our capacity to answer them. But as the rain continues to fall on Whispering Pines campground, washing away years of accumulated secrets, I know that beneath the surface, the truth remains patient, preserved, and persistent. Like the locked freezer that held its secrets for so long, this case has only begun to reveal what lies within. Story 6. She was researching an old murder when she visited the scene. The outline was still faint on the pavement, but something was wrong. The shape didn't match the official files. It looked smaller, curled up, and it had a second outline beside it, facing away. I've always been drawn to cold cases, those lingering mysteries that refuse to fade completely into history. There's something about the way time both preserves and erodes evidence, how it transforms hard facts into whispers and shadows. That's what brought me to Oakwood Lane on that overcast Tuesday morning in late October, when the air hung heavy with coming rain and the scent of wet leaves. The Chambers case had consumed my thoughts for months. Andrea Chambers, 34, found dead on this very stretch of sidewalk 15 years ago. I'd read through every document, every statement, viewed every photograph in the case file a dozen times over. But something wasn't adding up, and I couldn't place what it was. That's why I needed to see the location for myself. The neighborhood had changed since the murder, gentrified in that subtle way that transforms without completely erasing what came before. Fresh paint on old buildings, new businesses with carefully distressed signs. The corner where Andrea had been found was now home to a small artisanal coffee shop, its windows steamed from the heat inside. I walked slowly down the sidewalk, matching my steps to the crime scene photos I'd committed to memory. The exact spot would be here, just beside what was now a decorative planter box filled with ornamental grasses. I crouched down, running my fingertips across the concrete. That's when I noticed it, the faintest trace of white, like a ghost embedded in the pavement. Years of weather and foot traffic should have completely erased any remnant of the crime scene chalk, but here it was, stubbornly clinging to the slightly porous surface of the concrete. I followed the line with my eyes, then with my finger. Something felt immediately wrong. In the official photos, Andrea Chambers had been found sprawled on her back, arms at her sides, in what investigators had determined was a staged position. But this outline, this barely there whisper of white, formed a different shape entirely. It was smaller, more compact. A person curled on their side, knees drawn up toward their chest, a fetal position. And there was something else, a second outline beside it, fainter still, but unmistakable once you noticed it. Another figure, positioned as if facing away from the first. I sat back on my heels, a strange heaviness settling in my chest. The rain that had been threatening all morning finally began to fall, soft drops that darkened the concrete in scattered patterns around me. I pulled out my phone and began taking photographs, careful to capture every angle, every subtle curve of those ghostly lines. The official case file stated that Andrea Chambers had been killed elsewhere and her body transported to this location. Cause of death, blunt force trauma to the head. Time of death, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. The primary suspect had been her ex-husband, Martin Chambers, who had a solid alibi, surveillance footage showing him at an airport hotel 300 miles away. The case had gone cold within months, joining the ever-growing archive of unsolved homicides. I'd been drawn to it because of inconsistencies in witness statements. A neighbor who reported hearing voices, not just one around midnight, a partial fingerprint that was never matched, a missing necklace described by Andrea's sister as never leaving her neck that wasn't listed in the inventory of her possessions. But now this discovery raised far more troubling questions. Why would the crime scene photos show one body position when the actual chalk outline indicated another? And who or what did that second outline represent? I returned to my car and sat with the engine off, listening to the soft patter of rain on the roof while organizing my thoughts. The detective who had led the investigation, Harold Mercer, was now retired. I'd reached out to him twice before without response, but this new discovery gave me a reason to be more persistent. After 3 calls and leaving increasingly detailed messages, Mercer finally answered on my 4th attempt. His voice was gruff, impatient. "Look, whatever story you're working on, I've got nothing to add to what's in the files." I described what I'd found, the discrepancy between the photos and the faded chalk outlines still visible at the scene. There was a long pause, followed by a heavy sigh. "Where are you staying in town?" he asked finally. We met at a diner just off the highway, the kind of place where the coffee is always brewing and the vinyl booths have seen decades of conversations. Mercer was smaller than I'd expected from his photographs, his shoulders slightly hunched, his hair thinner, but his eyes remained sharp, assessing. "The Chambers case," he said after ordering coffee for both of us, "wasn't what it appeared to be. Few of them are, but this one." He trailed off, looking out the rain-streaked window. "The discrepancy in the photos," I prompted gently. He nodded, pulling a worn leather notebook from his jacket pocket. I kept my own records, separate from the official files. Call it insurance, call it paranoia. After 30 years on the force, you learn that some things are better kept close. He placed the notebook on the table between us, but kept his hand on it. "There were 2 victims that night, not one. The second was a child, a little girl about 6 years old. No identification, no missing persons report that matched. She was curled on her side, facing away from Andrea." The weight in my chest grew heavier, but there's no mention of a child in any of the reports. Because 12 hours after we found the bodies, I was told the case was being transferred, federal jurisdiction. I was instructed to amend my reports to exclude the child, to provide only the photographs that showed Andrea alone. "Why?" Mercer's fingers tightened on his notebook. I asked the same question, was told it was a matter of national security, that the child's identity needed to be protected, that her death was connected to something bigger. "And you complied." I couldn't keep the note of accusation from my voice. His eyes met mine, unflinching. I was given a choice, comply or face charges for evidence tampering in 3 previous cases. Fabricated charges, but they had the paperwork ready. I had a pension 2 years away, a wife with medical issues. He shook his head. "I'm not proud of the choice I made." The waitress refilled our cups. Neither of us touched them. "The child was Andrea's daughter," he continued once we were alone again, "but not by her ex-husband. DNA confirmed that. We never identified the father." "What happened to the child's body?" "Taken along with all tissue samples, all evidence we'd collected. The photographs were replaced with digitally altered versions." He tapped his notebook. "But I kept my original notes, and apparently they missed erasing the chalk outlines completely." I thought about the faded white lines on the concrete, persisting through 15 years of weather and foot traffic, like a silent witness that refused to be erased. "Why are you telling me this now?" I asked. Mercer finally took a sip of his coffee, grimacing at the bitterness. "I'm dying, cancer, 6 months, maybe less, and I've carried this long enough." He pushed the notebook toward me. "There are names in here, dates, details I remembered but never wrote in the official reports. Maybe you can do something with it that I couldn't." As I drove back to my hotel that evening, the rain had given way to a heavy mist that hung between the streetlights like gossamer. I thought about Andrea Chambers and her unnamed daughter, about chalk outlines that refused to fade, about secrets embedded in concrete and in the conscience of a dying man. I thought about the notebook now locked in my hotel safe, filled with names I didn't recognize and connections I couldn't yet see. About how some mysteries, once you begin to unravel them, reveal themselves to be far more complex than you could have imagined. The truth about what happened on Oakwood Lane 15 years ago was still out there, waiting to be pieced together. And now, like those persistent chalk outlines, it had begun to reveal itself, faint but undeniable, a ghost story written in white on gray. I just had to be patient enough to follow where it led, and brave enough to face whatever I found at the end. Story 7. I've always had a fascination with the forgotten spaces people rent and abandon. Those corrugated metal doors hiding remnants of lives paused or discarded, but nothing prepared me for what I'd find in Unit 217. The air was different inside that corridor of identical doors. Something in the quiet hum of fluorescent lights that flickered every 17 seconds or so. I counted them as I walked, keys jingling softly against my palm. This wasn't a place I ever expected to visit, let alone inherit. Mom had been gone for 3 weeks now. The funeral, simple, understated, just like she'd wanted. Her affairs were similarly uncomplicated. A modest house in Millfield paid off decades ago, a retirement account with just enough to cover her final expenses, and a single sheet of paper listing account numbers, passwords, and subscription services to cancel. And then there was the storage unit. It's been on auto-pay for almost 30 years, the estate lawyer had told me, sliding a small envelope across his desk. Your mother set up the payments before electronic banking was even common, old school, direct from her account. I remember the weight of that key in my palm, heavy brass, nothing like the modern keycards or digital locks. The paper tag attached to it was yellowed, the handwritten unit number faded but still legible. Did she ever mention what she kept there? The lawyer had asked. Never, I said. Mom wasn't secretive, just private. Some chapters of her life remained closed books to me. I'd respected that boundary while she was alive. Now I stood before Unit 217, listening to the distant sound of traffic from the highway beyond the facility's fence. It was late afternoon, that golden hour when shadows grow longer and the world seems momentarily suspended between day and night. The lock turned with surprising ease, well-oiled despite its age. The metal door rolled upward with a low, vibrating rumble that seemed to travel through the concrete floor and into my bones. The smell hit me first, not unpleasant, just old, the particular scent of undisturbed space, of dust settled over decades, of cardboard slowly degrading, of metal gradually oxidizing in the dark. The unit was small, perhaps 10 feet by 10 feet, and almost entirely empty. In the center sat a single wooden chair, not an antique or anything special, just a plain dining chair, the kind you might find at any department store. It faced away from the door toward the back wall, as if someone had been sitting there, watching the blank concrete. To the left of the chair was a camcorder, an old Sony model from the early 1990s, the kind that recorded to high-8 tapes. A fine layer of dust covered it, undisturbed for what must have been years. And along the back wall, a single metal shelf. On it, arranged in a perfect line, were dozens of cassette tapes in clear plastic cases. Each was meticulously labeled with a white sticker. Each sticker bore the same information, my name, followed by a number. Isabel 1, Isabel 2, Isabel 3, all the way to Isabel 47. I stood in the doorway for what felt like hours, though my watch told me only minutes had passed. That chair positioned so deliberately, the camera, the tapes bearing my name. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the nearly empty space. The camcorder's viewfinder was intact, its small screen still functional when I pressed the power button. Remarkably, the battery still held a charge, weak but enough. There was a tape already inside, not one from the shelf, but unmarked. I pressed play before I could talk myself out of it. The screen flickered to life. Static gave way to an image that made my blood run cold. A girl sat in the very chair before me. She wore a blue dress with white collar, the kind mothers put on daughters for school pictures in the early 1980s. Her hair was pulled back with barrettes, her legs too short to reach the floor, swinging slightly. She looked exactly like me in my childhood photos. Same dimpled smile, same uneven bangs Mom had cut herself, same birthmark just visible at the edge of her collar. But it wasn't me. I know this with absolute certainty because I was born in 1985. This footage, dated clearly in the corner of the frame, was from 1979. The girl looked directly into the camera. Her smile faltered slightly as someone off-screen spoke too softly for the microphone to catch. "My name is Isabel," the girl said, her voice small but clear. "I am 6 years old today." She recited a poem, something about butterflies, then answered questions posed by the off-camera voice. Simple things, her favorite color purple, her favorite food spaghetti, what she wanted to be when she grew up, a scientist who studies stars. Normal childhood interview questions, except for the last one. "Isabel," the voice finally became clear enough to hear. A woman's voice, not my mother's. "Do you remember the rules?" The girl's face became serious. She nodded. "Never tell anyone my real name. Never talk about before. Always be Isabel." The screen went black. The tape had ended. I stood in the storage unit, the empty chair before me suddenly taking on a weight, a presence I couldn't explain. My hands trembled as I reached for the shelf and selected Isabel 1. The tapes documented a childhood, my childhood, but not mine. A girl who shared my name, my face, my mannerisms, but existed 6 years before I was born. Each tape showed her aging, 7th birthday, 8th, school recitals, learning to ride a bike. By tape 12, the girl was 10. The interviews had stopped. Instead, the footage showed her from a distance, playing in a park, walking to school, always unaware of being recorded. I watched 3 more tapes before finding it. On Isabel 15, the camera followed the girl, now 12, as she walked home from school. She turned a corner and the footage abruptly cut to static. When the picture returned, there was only an empty sidewalk. The camera zoomed in on a small backpack lying on its side, papers spilling out. The next tape, Isabel 16, began differently. A newspaper clipping filmed in close-up. "Local girl still missing, search expanded." The article was dated September 1985, the same month I was born. I've spent the last 3 days in this storage unit, sleeping in my car in the parking lot, returning each morning when the facility opens. I've watched all 47 tapes now. I understand why my mother kept this place, why she never spoke of it. The last tape shows my high school graduation, filmed from the back of the auditorium, zooming in as I cross the stage. My mother is visible in the audience, applauding. but there's another woman beside her, older, gray-haired, weeping as she watches me. The camera follows this unknown woman as she slips away before the ceremony ends, disappearing into the parking lot. The final shot lingers on her car as she sits inside, staring at a photo she's pulled from her purse. The image freezes there, and then words appear, typed onto the screen. We kept our promise. She grew up safe. She never knew. I've called the police. They're reviewing the tapes now, comparing them with cold cases from 1985. They've taken my DNA. They've questioned me about my childhood, my memories, the things my mother told me about my birth. I sit here in this storage unit, in that single wooden chair, writing this account while I wait. The lawyer called again. They found another letter from my mother, to be delivered only if I ever discovered this place. I haven't opened it yet. Part of me knows that once I do, the person I believed myself to be will cease to exist. The storage unit that paid itself. The perfect place to store a secret for 30 years, a secret about a girl named Isabel who disappeared in 1985 and another who took her place. A secret about who I really am. Story 8, she was digging to plant tomatoes when she hit something metal, a rusted filing box wrapped in tarp. Inside were documents from a psychiatric hospital that had closed decades ago. One patient file was thicker than the rest, and on the top it read, "Discharged to unknown relative, her name." I've always found that truth reveals itself in layers, much like the soil in Margaret Keller's garden. It was early April when she called our precinct, her voice carrying that peculiar mix of confusion and unease that immediately tells you something's not quite right. I'd been with the county sheriff's department for 15 years by then, handling everything from petty theft to domestic disputes, but never anything quite like this. The drive to Margaret's Victorian-style home on Maple Lane took exactly 17 minutes. A light drizzle tapped against my windshield in a soft, almost methodical rhythm as I pulled into her gravel driveway. The house stood quietly against the backdrop of gray clouds, its faded yellow paint peeling slightly at the corners. Nothing about the property suggested anything unusual. Margaret met me at the door, wiping soil-stained hands on her gardening apron. She was in her early 60s, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a practical bun and eyes that carried the weariness of someone who hadn't slept well. "Detective Adams," she said, nodding slightly. "Thank you for coming. I know this might sound strange." "Strange is part of the job, Mrs. Keller," I replied, following her through the house. The interior smelled of cinnamon and old books, a comforting scent that belied the unease that had brought me here. The back garden was modest but well tended. Various beds were marked with small wooden signs, herbs, peppers, squash. A patch of freshly turned earth stood out near the back fence, darker, more disturbed than the rest. Beside it sat what had prompted her call, a rusted metal file box roughly the size of a small suitcase. The tarp that had wrapped it lay discarded nearby, still caked with mud. "I was preparing the soil for tomatoes," Margaret explained, her voice maintaining a controlled steadiness. "My trowel hit something hard about 2 feet down. I thought it might be an old pipe or perhaps a time capsule. You hear about people burying those." I knelt beside the box, noting the absence of any distinguishing marks or labels on its exterior. The rust had eaten away at the corners, but the lock, though corroded, had remained intact until Margaret had pried it open with a garden tool. "And you've lived here for," I asked, pulling on a pair of latex gloves from my pocket. 12 years this June. The previous owners were the Dawsons. They were here for about 20 years before that. The box's contents had been partially removed and placed on a garden table nearby. Yellowed papers with official letterheads from Lakeview Psychiatric Hospital. The documents dated back to the late 1960s and early 1970s. Patient records, administrative memos, transfer forms. Lakeview closed down in '83, I said, more to myself than to Margaret. There was some scandal, budget cuts, mistreatment allegations, the usual story when these places shut down. My fingers carefully separated the documents. Most were mundane, inventory lists, medication schedules, staff rotation reports. But as Margaret had indicated, one file was notably thicker than the others. The manila folder had darkened with age, its edges softened by moisture that had somehow penetrated the box. The name on the tab had faded to near illegibility, but the discharge form clipped to the front was what had disturbed Margaret. The patient, a woman admitted in 1969, had apparently been released into the care of a relative in 1972. The relative's name matched Margaret's perfectly, Margaret Ann Keller. "This is your full name?" I asked, looking up at her. She nodded, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her apron. "Yes, but I would have been only 9 years old in 1972, and I never had any family members in a psychiatric institution, at least none that I was ever told about." I carefully opened the file. Inside were progress notes spanning 3 years, detailing the treatment of a woman named Alina Winters, admitted at age 32 for what was described as acute melancholia with paranoid tendencies following the death of her husband. The writing was faded in places, but I could make out repeated references to persistent delusions regarding her daughter. "Does the name Alina Winters mean anything to you?" I asked. Margaret shook her head slowly. "No, nothing." I continued paging through the file. Medication logs showed increasing doses of sedatives. Interview transcripts documented Alina's insistence that her daughter had been taken and replaced. A photograph slipped from between the pages, a black and white image of a gaunt-faced woman with hollow eyes that seemed to look through rather than at the camera. Tucked into the back of the file was an envelope containing a small silver locket. The accompanying note from a Dr. Harmon indicated it had been removed from the patient's possession as it appears to trigger episodes. Margaret's breath caught audibly when I carefully extracted the locket. "May I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I hesitated, but then placed it gently in her outstretched palm. With trembling fingers, she tried to open it, but decades of corrosion had sealed it shut. "There's more," I said, returning to the file. The final pages documented a rapid deterioration in Alina's condition following an unsuccessful electroshock therapy regimen. Then suddenly, a discharge form signed by a Dr. Edwards, authorizing release to Margaret Ann Keller, maternal cousin. "I have no cousins named Alina," Margaret said firmly. "My mother was an only child, and my father's siblings had no children named Alina." The rain had intensified outside, drumming steadily against the garden soil. I pulled out my phone and took careful photographs of each document, paying special attention to the signatures and dates. "Mrs. Keller, do you have any family photos from the early 1970s, particularly any showing you around age 9? She led me inside to a bookshelf where several photo albums were neatly arranged. She selected one with 1970-1975 written on the spine. As she flipped through the pages, I noticed her hands had steadied somewhat, as if the familiar task provided comfort. "Here I am in 1972, she said, pointing to a school photograph. A young girl with braided hair and a tentative smile looked back at us. I studied the image, then glanced at the locket still clutched in Margaret's other hand. "Would you mind if I took this locket to have it properly opened? There might be a photo inside." Margaret nodded, reluctantly relinquishing the piece of jewelry. "Detective," she said quietly, "who would bury hospital records in a garden, and why would my name be on them?" "I don't know yet," I admitted, "but records like these don't typically leave hospital premises without reason. Someone wanted to hide these specifically." 2 days later, a jewelry specialist managed to open the locket without damaging it. Inside was a small photograph of a young girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old. Though the image was faded and small, the resemblance to Margaret's school photo was undeniable. The same slightly uneven smile, the same distinctive widow's peak hairline. Archives from Lakeview Hospital had been largely destroyed in a storage facility fire in 1987, but I managed to locate Dr. Edwards, now in his 80s and living in a retirement community 2 counties over. His memory was clouded, but when shown the discharge papers, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "Eleanor Winters," he murmured, adjusting his glasses. "Yes, I remember her tragic case. She lost her husband and daughter in a house fire, never accepted it, created an elaborate fantasy that her daughter was still alive, just living elsewhere. And you discharged her to someone named Margaret Keller?" I asked. The old doctor frowned. "No, that's not right. Eleanor had no living relatives. She died at Lakeview. I remember signing her death certificate." I pulled out the photograph of young Margaret from 1972. "Do you recognize this child?" He studied it for a long moment, then shook his head. "No, though," he paused, his brow furrowing. "There was a nurse at Lakeview, young woman, very attached to Eleanor's case. I believe her name was Keller." A quick record search identified a Judith Keller, who had worked as a psychiatric nurse at Lakeview from 1968 to 1974. Margaret confirmed that Judith was her mother's name, though she had always believed her mother worked at County General Hospital during those years. When confronted with this information, Margaret's father, now in his late 80s, finally revealed the truth through tears. Margaret's biological mother had died when she was just 2 years old. Unable to cope with raising a child alone, her father had remarried quickly to Judith, who legally adopted Margaret. They had decided never to tell her about the adoption. But there was one detail that didn't align. If Judith had simply adopted Margaret through normal channels, why the elaborate fiction maintained for decades? Why the buried hospital records? The property records for Margaret's house showed that before the Dawsons, it had been owned briefly by a J. Keller. Judith herself had owned the house from 1974 to 1977, before selling it and moving across the state with her family. The final piece fell into place when I obtained Eleanor Winters' original death certificate. She hadn't died at Lakeview as Dr. Edwards remembered. She had indeed been discharged 3 months before a death certificate was filed listing her cause of death as cardiac arrest at a private residence. The address matched Judith Keller's home at that time. I sat with Margaret at her kitchen table, the assembled documents spread between us like pieces of a puzzle that formed a disturbing picture. "Your mother, Judith, appears to have falsified discharge papers to remove Eleanor from the hospital," I explained gently. "Then she brought Eleanor here to this house. 3 months later, Eleanor died. whether from natural causes or otherwise, we may never know. Margaret stared at the locket, now open on the table. But why would she do this? I pointed to the photograph inside the locket, then to Margaret's childhood photo, because Eleanor's delusion wasn't entirely a delusion. The daughter she lost in that fire, the real Margaret Ann Winters, was your biological mother. Eleanor was your grandmother. The rain had returned, a soft patter against the windows as Margaret absorbed this revelation. Outside, the garden continued its slow spring awakening, the disturbed soil where the file box had been buried now smoothed over. Judith must have recognized your name when she started working with Eleanor, I continued. Perhaps she even sought out the position because of it. She married your father, adopted you, and gave you your biological mother's name. Later, when Eleanor's condition worsened, Judith brought her here, possibly hoping the presence of her granddaughter might help. But she died anyway, Margaret whispered. Yes, and rather than report it properly, Judith buried not just Eleanor's records, but perhaps the truth about your history as well. Margaret's fingers traced the edge of the locket, all these years digging in this garden, never knowing what lay beneath. I gathered the documents carefully, knowing they would be entered into evidence, though after so many decades, any potential charges related to Eleanor's death or the hospital records were well beyond the statute of limitations. As I prepared to leave, Margaret walked me to the door, the locket now hanging around her neck. "Detective," she said, her voice steadier than I expected, "do you think Judith was trying to help Eleanor or silence her?" I paused at the threshold, watching as the rain created tiny rivers in the garden soil. Sometimes, Mrs. Keller, when people bury things, they're trying to do both. The investigation was officially closed 2 weeks later. No charges filed, no further action required, but I still drive past that yellow Victorian house occasionally, watching as Margaret tends her garden. She planted those tomatoes eventually in a different spot. Some things once unearthed can never be buried again. Story 9. I remember the first time I walked through that house on Cedar Lane. The air was cool and still, holding the lingering scent of the previous owner's potpourri, cinnamon, and dried orange peels. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors as I moved from room to room, clipboard in hand, conducting what should have been a routine property inspection. The layout was simple, 2 bedrooms, 1 floor, nothing remarkable, nothing that should have caught my attention. But there was something about the furnace room that made me pause. Perhaps it was the way the floorboard seemed to give slightly beneath my feet, or how the room felt several degrees colder than the rest of the house. I made a note, check foundation near furnace, and continued my inspection, pushing away the subtle unease that had settled in my chest. Later that afternoon, back at my office, I spread the blueprints across my desk. The paper was yellowed at the edges, the blue lines faded but still clearly visible. I traced the outline of the house with my finger, matching what I had seen to what was documented. Everything aligned perfectly until I reached the furnace room. According to the blueprints, there was a rectangular space labeled Room B directly beneath the house. No access, no stairs, just an empty void in the foundation. I called the real estate agent, phone pressed between my ear and shoulder as I continued to study the plans. "Janice, the blueprints show a room under the house, but I didn't see any access point during my inspection." "A basement, that's impossible," she replied, her voice tinny through the speaker. "That house was built on a concrete slab. There's no basement." But there it was on the blueprint, a perfect rectangle, approximately 12 by 15 feet, labeled with just those 2 characters, Room B. I returned to the house the next morning. The key felt cold in my palm as I unlocked the front door. The house greeted me with silence, that same potpourri scent now mixed with the mustiness of a space that had sat empty for months. I made my way directly to the furnace room, flashlight in hand, and got down on my knees to examine the floor more carefully. The wooden planks in this room were different from the rest of the house, darker, older, with wider gaps between them. As I moved my flashlight slowly across the surface, I noticed a slight depression near the furnace, about 4 feet by 4 feet. The boards there seemed to sag ever so slightly. I pressed my palm against the depression, and the wood gave way beneath my touch more than it should have. I ran my fingers along the edges and felt what might have been a seam. Pulling a small pry bar from my toolkit, I carefully wedged it into the gap and applied gentle pressure. The section of flooring lifted with surprising ease, revealing what could only be described as a trapdoor. But what made my breath catch was how the underside of this trapdoor had been reinforced. Dozens of nails had been hammered through from below, their sharp points now facing upward like a medieval deterrent. Someone had gone to great lengths to ensure that whatever was down there stayed there, and that no one from above would think to check. I shined my flashlight into the opening. A set of crude wooden steps descended into darkness. The air that wafted up was stale and carried an earthy, damp smell, the unmistakable scent of an underground space that hadn't been disturbed in years. As I carefully made my way down those rickety steps, each one creaking beneath my weight, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was descending into something I wasn't meant to find. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating a space that matched the dimensions on the blueprint perfectly. Room B. The walls were unfinished concrete, stained with dark patches of what I initially thought was mold, but later realized was something else entirely. The floor was packed earth, hard and smooth as if it had been walked on countless times, and in the center of the room stood a simple metal table, its surface clean and gleaming in stark contrast to everything else. Against the far wall was a row of metal filing cabinets, their surfaces speckled with rust. I pulled open the top drawer of the nearest one, wincing at the harsh metallic screech that broke the silence. Inside were dozens of manila folders, neatly labeled with dates spanning from 1973 to 1989. I selected one at random, March 17, 1985, and opened it. The contents made my stomach turn. Photographs, detailed notes written in cramped, meticulous handwriting, small personal effects sealed in plastic bags, a hair ribbon, a handwritten note, a single earring. Each folder appeared to document a person, mostly women, a few men, all young. I didn't need to be a detective to understand what I was looking at. This was a record, a disturbing archive of lives that had likely ended in this very room. The previous owner, Harold Mercer, had been a quiet man according to neighbors. He'd worked as a janitor at the local high school for nearly 30 years before retiring and moving to Florida 5 years ago. No one had ever suspected a thing. Over the next few weeks, I worked closely with local police and eventually the FBI as they excavated the space beneath the house. They found more than just records. Beneath that packed earth floor, they discovered the remains of 9 individuals, all of whom had been reported missing between 1975 and 1988. Harold Mercer was located in his small retirement community near Tampa. When confronted with the evidence, he didn't resist arrest or express surprise. He simply nodded as if he'd been waiting for this moment for years. "Room B," he said softly to the arresting officers. "B is for buried. They were never going to find them. How did you find my room?" The case made national headlines, of course. The quiet janitor who had built a house with a purpose, a house designed to conceal his darkest activities. I sometimes drive by that house on Cedar Lane, now vacant and marked with police tape. From the outside, it still looks unremarkable, 2 bedrooms, 1 floor, simple and unassuming. But I know what lies beneath. I know about the room that didn't match the house. And I wonder how many other buildings hold similar secrets, hidden spaces carefully concealed by ordinary people leading seemingly ordinary lives. I wonder how many other blueprints hold clues if only someone would look closely enough. And most of all, I wonder about those 9 souls whose final moments were spent in room B, and whether they found the peace in death that was stolen from them in life. Sometimes in the quiet hours of night, I still feel the weight of that clipboard in my hands, still see the faded blue lines of the blueprint. And I'm reminded that the most terrifying monsters aren't those that hide under children's beds, but those that build hidden rooms beneath ordinary houses on peaceful suburban streets. Story 10. In the attic, beneath a worn blanket, they discovered it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of painted blue that seemed to stare endlessly. Sarah and Michael, a young couple who had recently bought the Victorian house at auction, found the doll peculiar yet brushed it off as just another forgotten relic from the past. Little did they know their peaceful nights were about to unravel into something inexplicably eerie. That evening, a strange heaviness lingered in the air as they retired to bed, the silence stretching unnaturally. And when morning broke, the doll was no longer in the attic. It now perched ominously at the foot of their bed, casting a haunting presence in the room. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, was called to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom held a grim tableau, the female victim arranged in a twisted pose, eyes wide with fear, while the male victim seemed caught in a desperate escape attempt. The meticulous positioning of the bodies hinted at a deliberate act, almost as if the victims were mere dolls in a macabre display. As Detective Winters delved into the investigation, unsettling details emerged. Neighbors whispered of shadows lurking in the house when it should have been empty, and eerie sounds echoing through the night. The forensic team uncovered traces of vintage fabrics, akin to those used in antique doll clothing, scattered around the crime scene and concentrated in the attic. The history of the house revealed a chilling pattern of unexplained death stretching back decades. Each previous owner had met a mysterious end, with reports of strange occurrences and inexplicable phenomena haunting the property. A newspaper clipping hinted at a tragic past, an enigmatic doll maker who had crafted lifelike dolls, one of which bore an uncanny resemblance to the doll found by Sarah and Michael. As Detective Winters connected the dots, a disturbing truth began to unfold. The victims, including Sarah and Michael, had all made alterations to the attic space before meeting their demise. Old photographs hidden in the attic unveiled the doll maker's dark legacy, showing the doll in varying positions, seemingly moving between frames. Infrared scans unveiled a chilling trail of tiny handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, accompanied by a mysterious residue of porcelain dust and unidentifiable organic matter. A distant relative of the doll maker shared whispers of arcane rituals and the binding of spirits to objects, hinting at a sinister purpose behind the seemingly innocent dolls. The case took a perplexing turn when Detective Winters' office was breached, the doll missing from its secure cabinet. Surveillance footage showed only static during the crucial hours, leaving more questions than answers. The house, tainted by its grim history, changed hands once more, with the new owners discovering the attic empty save for a lone blanket. The doll remained elusive, its whereabouts unknown. Sarah and Michael's deaths joined the roster of unsolved mysteries, while Detective Winters, haunted by the inexplicable events, chose early retirement. On her final day, she safeguarded a haunting photograph of the dollmaker, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurked within the old house. The new owners opted to leave the attic undisturbed, yet whispers of a spectral presence persisted among the neighbors on quiet nights. The laughter of a child and fleeting shadows behind the attic window became part of the house's enigmatic lore, a tale that continued to intrigue and unsettle those who dared to dwell on its haunted history. Story 11. In the quiet of the night, a mere flicker disrupted the stillness within the baby monitor's transmission. At first, the mother brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the system. But then a crackling static filled the airwaves, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, devoid of the warmth of her precious child. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was the stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its unblinking black eyes seeming to watch her every move. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, tearing through the veil of silence. Her anguished cries reached the ears of concerned neighbors who swiftly dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered her huddled on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit tightly to her chest, lost in a world of disbelief and fear. Samuel, the innocent 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a single trace left behind to follow. The investigation that followed led to more questions than answers. There were no signs of forced entry, the security system remained intact, and the baby monitor footage only revealed the unsettling voice and static that had sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and disappear without a trace, except for a discarded toy left in their wake? Suspicion soon turned towards Rebecca herself. Her husband Daniel had been away on business during the mysterious disappearance. Their strained marriage and Rebecca's struggles with postpartum depression painted a grim picture in the eyes of the detectives. Her unnervingly composed demeanor during questioning raised eyebrows and fueled gossip within the community. A breakthrough finally came when microscopic fibers were discovered on the nursery windowsill, fibers that did not match any household materials. They belonged to a rare climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder gaining access from the outside. As the focus shifted away from Rebecca, Daniel returned from his trip, his hands betraying secrets in the form of peculiar calluses. His newfound hobby of rock climbing raised suspicions, especially when paired with financial records showing a hefty life insurance policy taken out on Samuel. Further investigations uncovered a web of deceit. Daniel's hidden life with another family, his secret calls, and the discovery of his involvement with a past tragedy all pointed towards a darker truth. The baby monitor, once thought to be a benign device, became the key to unlocking the mystery. It had been hacked, manipulated to deceive and mislead. Samuel's rescue from a hidden basement revealed Elaine, a woman with vacant eyes and a haunting past. She had been Daniel's first wife, driven by grief and obsession. Together, they had orchestrated a plan to claim Samuel as their own, using deception and betrayal as their tools. The trial unearthed chilling evidence, exposing the sinister collaboration between Daniel and Elaine. The whispered voice on the monitor was a harbinger of their deceit, and the truth emerged through digital breadcrumbs and encrypted messages. Their guilt was undeniable, their sentences severe. As the dust settled, Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The baby monitor remained a silent sentinel, a reminder of the truth it had quietly captured that fateful night. The stuffed rabbit, with its unyielding gaze, remained a silent witness to the darkness that lurked within the whispers of the night. In the end, the monitor's truth was a silent scream, echoing through the halls of justice and into the quiet hearts of those touched by its chilling revelation. Story 12. In the realm of the unknown, a mysterious phone call sparked a chilling investigation. It began with a mere pocket dial, a jumble of static and muffled whispers that almost went unnoticed. But then a voice broke through the chaos, a woman, her words urgent and trembling. "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended, shrouding the abandoned house in an aura of mystery. Detective Morgan Reed found herself captivated by the enigma of the call, replaying it over and over, each whisper sending shivers down her spine. The house, long deserted by the Sullivan family after a tragic fire, held no clues to the strange occurrence. No traces of intrusion, no disturbances in the stillness of the air. Yet there it was, the phone, perched on the dusty kitchen counter, its screen ominously aglow, as if beckoning for attention. As Morgan delved deeper into the enigmatic case, she uncovered unsettling truths. The phone, registered to Catherine Sullivan, a woman long deceased, had somehow made a call from beyond the grave. The forensic team found no fingerprints, no footprints, no tangible evidence of human presence. It was as if the call existed in a realm untouched by the physical world, a ghostly echo from the past. The whisper, those 11 seconds of static and breath, became the focal point of the investigation, a spectral voice reaching out from the shadows of memory. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible. The voice matched Catherine's with uncanny precision, down to the very moment of her tragic demise. Interviews with Catherine's loved ones painted a portrait of a life cut short, a soul trapped in the echoes of the past. Her mother, haunted by the sound of her daughter's voice, revealed a journal filled with ominous revelations. In its pages, the truth unfurled, a story of love twisted into obsession, of fear lurking in the shadows of a once happy relationship. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a sinister truth emerged. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former boyfriend, harbored dark secrets. The buried phone, the deleted texts, the chilling truth of Catherine's final moments all pointed to a man consumed by jealousy and rage. Mark's elaborate ruse, his manipulation of sound and memory, crumbled under the weight of evidence. His obsession with Catherine, his twisted game of deception, unraveled before the eyes of justice. The ghostly call, once a haunting mystery, now stood as a testament to the resilience of the voice silenced by violence. In the end, justice prevailed. Mark's reign of terror came to an end, his guilt laid bare for all to see. Catherine's voice, though stilled in death, spoke volumes through the echoes of time. The phone, now a relic of a dark chapter in history, whispered no more. But its legacy endured, a reminder that even in the silence of the night, the truth will find a way to be heard. Story 13. In the stillness of the night, there stood a house shrouded in mystery, a silent witness to a dark tale that unfolded within its walls. Abandoned for years, whispers of a young woman's disappearance lingered in the air, haunting the neighbors' memories. But when the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a chilling discovery. The bedroom, locked from within, held secrets waiting to be unveiled. With a creak and a groan, the door yielded to their persistence, revealing a scene frozen in time. The air inside was thick with the weight of neglect, the scent of dust dancing in the dim light. Yet amidst the stillness, an unsettling feeling lingered, a sense of unease that sent shivers down their spines. The room, pristine and untouched, told a tale of its own. A neatly made bed, a polished mirror, a single candle extinguished to a mere memory of its former flame. And there on the desk lay a notebook, pages whispering of a life interrupted, a story left unfinished. Detective Morgan, with a furrowed brow, pored over the notebook's contents, each word a thread in the tapestry of Elise Winter's disappearance. Her meticulous handwriting spoke of fear, of a lurking shadow that haunted her every move. The final entry, etched with desperation, revealed her truth, a truth that begged to be heard, to be brought to light. As the room was combed for clues, a faint scent lingered, a hint of something more, a whisper of a secret waiting to be uncovered. The landlord, a specter in the doorway, murmured of forgotten checks, of rooms left unexplored. Elise, a paralegal entangled in the web of corporate deceit, had stumbled upon a truth too dangerous to ignore. Her pursuit of justice had led her down a path of shadows, where numbers lied and documents whispered of betrayal. In the silence of that locked room, the truth lay hidden, waiting to be unmasked. The investigators, with steady hands and determined hearts, peeled back the layers of deception, revealing a web of lies spun by those in power. A hidden compartment, a key to a vault of secrets, led them down a twisted path of corruption and greed. The revelations within, like a dagger to the heart of justice, exposed the darkness that lurked beneath the facade of respectability. As the pieces fell into place, a sinister truth emerged, a truth that painted a chilling portrait of a man consumed by his own ambition, willing to sacrifice everything to protect his secrets. Vincent Harriman, a wolf in sheep's clothing, stood at the center of the storm, his facade crumbling in the face of overwhelming evidence. The room, once a sanctuary for Elise, became a prison of his own making, trapping him in a web of his own deceit. In the end, justice prevailed, though tainted by the absence of closure. The house, a silent sentinel to a tragedy untold, stood as a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the everyday. And so, as the night stretched on, casting shadows upon the empty rooms, a sense of peace settled over the house, a peace born of truth, of justice served, of a story whispered in the dark, waiting to be heard. Story 14, The Enigmatic Manor. The new proprietors brushed off the peculiarities of the old intercom system, crackling softly in the depths of night. A relic of yesteryears, refurbished yet forsaken in the shadows of time. Then on a fateful night, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper, static-laden, slithered through the speaker. "Why have you returned?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, a silent sentinel behind him, softly uttered, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood stoically amongst ancient oak trees, a silent witness to bygone eras, its weathered facade concealing a modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn by a love for history, had acquired the property at an unexpectedly modest price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the walk through. The intercom system, a vintage marvel linking all chambers, had captivated the couple's hearts. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the estate, gravel whispering beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had hinted at a potential break-in, yet a cryptic undertone in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a deeper narrative. Daniel Parker, a spectral figure, welcomed her at the threshold, his pallor stark even in the dim glow of the porch light. "It all began with the intercom," he divulged, guiding Detective Reeves through the cavernous foyer. At first, just static, then whispers, and finally coherent sentences. My wife dismissed it as my fancy until she, too, heard the spectral voice. In the parlor, Meredith sat rigid upon an antique settee, fingers entwined around a steaming cup left untouched. "We unearthed something behind the wall," she divulged without preamble. Daniel sought to expand the pantry, and as he tore down the drywall, her voice wavered. Concealed within the wall, enshrouded in decaying plastic, they uncovered a weathered leather-bound journal. Donning gloves, Detective Reeves gingerly unfurled the fragile pages. The script, elegant yet frantic, belonged to a woman named Alina, the erstwhile mistress of the manor. Her entries chronicled a mounting suspicion of her spouse Vincent's sinister intentions. The final entry, 30 years past, Daniel elucidated. Subsequent to that, silence. The prior occupants attested to procuring the residence from an elderly gentleman who relocated to a retirement enclave. The investigation unveiled the legacy of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, former owners of the estate. Records disclosed Vincent's prompt sale of the domicile post Alina's purported departure. No divorce proceedings, no address alterations, no financial transactions under Alina's appellation following the final journal entry. Detective Reeves marshaled a team to scrutinize the estate meticulously. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the aged concrete of the garden shed. As the investigators breached the fossilized concrete, the truth unfurled in the guise of human remains. Forensic scrutiny confirmed the skeleton as that of a woman in her middle years, bearing signs of blunt trauma to the skull. Nestled amidst the remains, a gold wedding band bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood burgeoned swiftly. Now aged and residing in a care facility, his faculties lucid enough to grasp the accusations laid against him. Confronted with irrefutable proof, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. She incessantly prattled, Vincent intoned, his voice unsettlingly composed. A constant presence through that accursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I severed the connection, only for her to rewire it herself, proclaiming a desire to maintain contact regardless of our locations in the house. His gaze vacant, he added, "I merely sought solitude." During his admission, Vincent unraveled the elaborate tapestry of Alina's alleged desertion, dispatching postcards to neighbors from fabricated locales, inscribed in forged penmanship. He dwelt in the domicile for years post her demise, traversing daily over the concrete concealing his wife's remains. The trial was concise, Vincent pleading guilty to the atrocity. The presiding judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long web of deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually divested themselves of the residence, unable to abide after unearthing its grim chronicle. Ere their departure, they commemorated Alina in the garden, now rejuvenated post the inquiry. The intercom was expunged during refurbishments by the subsequent proprietors. Laborers attested to hearing static and whispers during the dismantling, attributing it to interference from their implements. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood dossier ere its archival. As she sealed the manila dossier, she contemplated how the estate, a sentient entity in its own right, had reached through time's gossamer veil to unveil its enigma. Justice at long last caught up with Vincent Blackwood, courtesy of Alina's tenacity to be heard. Among local law enforcement, the case etched itself as the house that answered back. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would veer past the estate en route home. She never halted, yet she'd decelerate, window ajar, attuned to whispers carried upon the zephyrs of night. Story 15, the town never spoke of the house on the outskirts of the forest. It lingered in solitude, its windows darkened, its porch weighed down by time. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall its origins. Yet when a group of wanderers ventured too near, they beheld a peculiar sight names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like somber omens. At the very bottom, freshly engraved, was a name unknown to any of them, until a whisper quivered through the air, "That belongs to me." In the dead of night, a call came in. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead explorer who stumbled upon his name chiseled into the forsaken dwelling. The responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps a jest among companions, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk enveloped the woods. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the weathered facade of the house. The names 27 in total stretched vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, blending into the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly inscribed, and at the base, Mason Wright, the carving still faintly dusted with sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his words crystallizing in the frosty air. "I can't fathom how my name came to be known here." The inquiry commenced with thorough checks on each listed name. The findings sent a shiver down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had turned cold, others remained active, but all shared a chilling commonality: the vanished souls were last seen hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering. The eldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The records painted a picture of a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller delved into Mason's background extensively. His narrative remained unwavering. He bore no ties to the area beyond this trek with 4 college comrades. They had chosen the trail randomly, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his history connected him to the other names adorning the wall. The focus turned to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared images captured during their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts detected something unsettling. A blurred figure loomed in the backdrop of 3 separate photos. A tall, slender silhouette, always partially obscured by trees. "We encountered no one else on our hike," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. Despite its derelict appearance, dust cloaking every surface, furniture in disarray, a grim revelation awaited in the basement. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. Technicians methodically catalogued every item. Beneath ultraviolet light, aged bloodstains surfaced on the concrete floor, evidence of attempts to scrub them clean. Though ground-penetrating radar detected no buried bodies, cadaver dogs repeatedly alerted near the densely wooded rear of the property. As the probe intensified, Detective Keller observed a peculiar shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He reported eerie incidents, whispers beyond his apartment, footprints leading to, but not from his door, shadowy figures peering from the streets. A patrol was assigned to safeguard him, yet Mason's paranoia escalated. A breakthrough occurred upon unearthing land records from county archives. The house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors spoke of fleeting encounters with an unnaturally tall, gaunt man who shunned interaction. Blackwood vanished 15 years past, his disappearance never formally probed. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller probed deeper into the surrounding woods. The search party uncovered primitive hunting blinds strategically placed along popular trails. Within one, a journal was discovered, a meticulous log detailing observations of hikers, their routes, gear, and behaviors. The script matched samples from Blackwood's scant documents. Entries progressed from hunting animals to hunting humans, delineating their routines, vulnerabilities, and selection methods. Elaborate accounts chronicled the stalking of each victim on the wall. A manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest. Tactical teams combed every crevice and cranny. yet the suspect remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Officers dispatched to his residence found it deserted, with a chilling inscription freshly carved on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed with no sign of Mason. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's dwelling, technicians unearthed a harrowing secret. Concealed behind a false panel in the basement lay a workshop stocked with woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name not yet affixed to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead technician who had processed the house initially, absent due to illness and unreachable by phone. Authorities established a vigilant perimeter around the house. Cameras recorded every approach, motion sensors on high alert. The stage was set. 3 nights thereafter, sensors blared an alert. Surveillance footage captured an impossibly tall, slender figure emerging from the forest, moving with unnatural grace. As the tactical units closed in, the cameras momentarily lost feed. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished. To this day, the house remains under constant vigil. Mason Wright and the technician were never located. The investigation persists, with additional resources allocated as similar vanishings crop up in forested regions. The names on the wall have become whispered lore among law enforcers. Some dare not utter them aloud. Others steer clear of the case altogether. Local hikers skirt around the house, fearing that merely speaking of it may consign their names to that grim roster, the names unspoken. Story 16: The Unraveling of Secrets. The new inhabitants brushed it off as mere peeling wallpaper, a superficial flaw in their newfound abode. But with each delicate strip they peeled away, the hidden layers unveiled a narrative shrouded in mystery. Inked in a repetitive frenzy, a name emerged, dominating every inch of the exposed wall. A name unfamiliar to the previous proprietors, absent from any official records. Yet a solitary online search yielded a chilling revelation: a decades-old missing persons case, and the eerie twist. The woman captured in the faded photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had passed the house into their hands. Michael and Sarah Klein had not planned an immediate overhaul of the Victorian-era dwelling. The allure of the quaint, antiquated abode had come at a surprisingly modest price, while the former owner, a poised, silver-streaked-haired woman, had appeared eager to part with the property, citing a cross-country relocation. The couple found themselves captivated by the residence's rich history, its intricate woodwork and soaring ceilings whispering tales of a bygone era. A simple water stain in the master bedroom initiated the sequence of enigmatic events. Sarah's keen eye caught sight of a yellowish blemish seeping through the floral wallpaper. Upon Michael's gentle prodding, the paper crumbled, unveiling yet another stratum beneath. Intrigued, they gingerly peeled back the damaged section, each layer peeling back the veil of time. Outdated paisley patterns from the 70s, followed by striped paper from an earlier epoch. But it was the third layer that held an unforeseen revelation: a name. Dark ink etched on faded parchment, not aimless scrawls, but a name: Eleanor Winters, repeated incessantly, the handwriting growing increasingly frantic and erratic. "Who is Eleanor Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingers tracing the frenzied script, a shiver coursing through her. The unearthing left them unsettled, prompting Michael to delve into property records that very night. Despite multiple ownership changes through the years, no trace of Eleanor Winters surfaced in any document. The woman who had handed them the keys went by the name Margaret Cavendish. Sarah, joining Michael at the kitchen island, suggested a simple name search. Their online quest led them to an archived newspaper article, resurrected from the depths of microfiche. Eleanor Winters, aged 27, reported vanished during the winter months. The monochrome image depicted a young woman with dark locks and striking eyes that mirrored those of Margaret Cavendish, the enigmatic seller. "This article dates back 30 years," Michael murmured, barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. "Margaret would be the right age now, but—" Sarah's throat tightened. The missing woman's story remains unresolved. No body recovered, no suspects identified. Curiosity morphed into an obsession, prompting Sarah to trace back through former homeowners via county archives. The renovation efforts waned as they devoted their evenings to a clandestine investigation. They uncovered that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for a mere 7 months before transferring ownership, an anomaly given the exhaustive paperwork and inspections they had undergone. The retired detective assigned to the cold case recalled the investigation vividly when Michael reached out. Alina Winters had been reported missing by her roommate, her disappearance shrouded in enigma with no signs of struggle at her residence, and her abandoned car found near a highway. "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Michael inquired tentatively. A heavy silence lingered on the line before the retired detective responded, "No recollection of that name. Why do you ask?" Upon revealing their findings and juxtaposing photos of both women, the retired detective pledged to initiate inquiries. In a matter of days, a current detective reached out, seeking permission to scrutinize the wall. Their home transformed into an active crime scene, forensic teams meticulously documenting and extracting sections of the wallpaper. Analysis unveiled the ink's vintage, approximately 3 decades old. Handwriting experts compared the wall inscriptions to Alina's handwriting samples from aged journals provided by her kin, rendering inconclusive results. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed compartment beneath the bedroom closet's floorboards. Nestled within lay Alina Winters' driver's license alongside various identification cards bearing different names, all featuring the same visage with subtle alterations, hair hues, eyewear, expressions. The ultimate ID, Margaret Cavendish, aligned with their house vendor. However, attempts to locate Margaret using the forwarded address proved futile, her phone line defunct, and bank account shuttered. Margaret Cavendish had vanished akin to Alina Winters decades prior. The investigation took a harrowing turn with the revelation that reshaped the entire narrative. DNA analysis of hair strands extracted from deep within the wall recess matched Alina Winters. Yet, fingerprints lifted from the writing corresponded to an entirely contrasting profile, a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca suffered from severe dissociative identity disorder, frequently absconding from the facility over the years. Her medical dossier unveiled a bone-chilling truth. One of her documented alter egos bore the moniker Alina. Rebecca had been Alina's childhood comrade, consumed by an unhealthy fixation that culminated in a grim obsession. Upon Alina's rebuff of her unsettling advances, something within Rebecca fractured irreparably. She appropriated Alina's identity both physically and metaphorically, crafting an intricate web of personas to sustain the charade. The scrawled name served as Rebecca's desperate bid to grasp reality, a reminder of her true self amidst the fabricated identities. The wall stood witness to her confession and incarceration, a tangible manifestation of her splintered psyche. From their front porch, Sarah and Michael observed forensic teams excavating precise patches of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar detecting anomalies below the surface. The cold case had abruptly heated up. The unearthed remains beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to the Kleins as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually intercepted trying to cross the border, adopting yet another alias. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, the Margaret persona crumbled, unveiling another persona, one who admitted to Aliner's demise in a fit of jealousy. The name scrawled on the wall served as both a monument and a token of guilt, inscribed by a fractured psyche seeking solace amidst chaos. For Aliner's kin, justice arrived 30 years later. As for Michael and Sarah, their idyllic abode became a legend, forever etched in the annals of true crime, a house where the very walls whispered of a long-buried secret. Story 17, The Whispering House. She had a desire to refresh the nursery before the baby's arrival, a cozy space where faded blue walls held silent tales of years gone by. As she carefully applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden secret emerged, faint at first, but then becoming clear letters etched beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched in her throat as she took a step back, noticing something unsettling: tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high for a child's reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan household marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had recently acquired the Victorian-style residence at an unbelievably low price, unaware of its ominous past. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, arrived at the door and was met by a woman with a swollen belly and tired eyes, the traces of sleepless nights evident. Trembling, the woman recounted finding the cryptic message and the mysterious handprints. "The previous owners left abruptly," she explained, her voice tinged with unease. "Neighbors mentioned they departed in the dead of night with no moving truck, only their essential belongings packed into their car." Detective Klein, her footsteps echoing on the aged floorboards, explored the historic home, eventually reaching the nursery where the unsettling message and handprints remained visible. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records regarding the property. The house had changed owners numerous times in just 3 decades, a turnover rate that raised suspicions. More chilling were the reports of child welfare issues involving 3 previous families, with children describing eerie whispers and unseen watchers. Further investigation unveiled the property's past, once belonging to Aliner Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran an orphanage on the premises during the industrial era. Historical documents hinted at the disappearance of 5 children under her care, their fate shrouded in mystery. The detectives' interviews with former residents unveiled a pattern of unexplained phenomena, culminating in the appearance of the ominous messages during nursery repainting. A forensic linguist's analysis connected the messages to Aliner Blackwood's handwriting, while the identical handprints, despite different children living in the house over the years, added to the enigma. With the current owner's reluctant consent, ground-penetrating radar scans revealed anomalies beneath the basement floor, leading to a chilling discovery: 5 child-sized shapes buried beneath the concrete. Upon excavation, the remains of 5 children were uncovered, each wearing a pendant engraved with their name, confirming their identities as the missing orphans from Aliner's orphanage. Detective Klein, driven by a sense of justice, ordered the nursery to be coated with luminol, revealing countless handprints glowing in the darkness, a silent testament to the trapped souls pleading for release. Aliner's journals exposed her macabre intentions of harnessing the children's energy for her own longevity, the children's desperate messages etched into the walls a warning for future inhabitants. The case concluded with a proper burial for the victims, their tragic fate finally acknowledged. Despite the closure, an inexplicable aura lingered within the house, a residual presence that defied explanation. The nursery walls, witness to unspeakable horrors, were demolished in an attempt to cleanse the space, yet whispers of children's voices persisted in the debris, haunting those who dared to listen. The once grand house, now condemned, stood as a testament to the darkness that dwelled within its walls, a chilling reminder that some mysteries transcend time and paint, leaving an indelible mark on those who dare to uncover the truth. Detective Klein, haunted by the case, kept a photograph of the luminol handprints, a somber memento of the lingering echoes of the past. Story 18. In the heart of the city, there stood a quaint coffee shop that held secrets beyond imagination. For years, a mysterious man made this place his sanctuary, always sitting at the same table, ordering the same black coffee in silence. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a wallet with an enigmatic driver's license bearing no name, no address, just emptiness where his identity should have been. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the unsettling disappearance of the man known only as John Doe. Reviewing the security footage, she watched as he entered the coffee shop, took his usual seat, and then inexplicably never returned after heading towards the restroom hallway. It was as if he had melted into thin air, leaving no trace of his departure. The more Mercer investigated, the more perplexing the case became. The wallet revealed no personal details, only blank spaces and mysterious credit cards with untraceable numbers. Amidst the cash and a receipt from days prior, there was a lone business card with a barely visible phone number that led to eerie silence when dialed. The barista's recollections painted a picture of a solitary man, always writing in a cryptic notebook, never engaging in conversations or meeting anyone. As Mercer delved deeper, she uncovered a peculiar pattern in the security footage, a flicker in time each morning when John entered the coffee shop. Intrigued, she revisited the scene, noticing an ancient mirror hanging between the entrance and the restroom hallway. The mirror's ornate symbols mirrored those in John's notebook, hinting at a connection beyond comprehension. Upon investigating the mirror, a hidden compartment was revealed, containing identical wallets and a journal filled with entries spanning decades, penned by the enigmatic man himself. The journal spoke of experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference, hinting at a reality where boundaries blurred and mysteries unfolded. Strange occurrences began plaguing the coffee shop, with reflections moving independently and sightings of John Doe where he should not be. A breakthrough came when a retired physicist named Margaret Keller shed light on John's true identity as Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind who delved into the realms of quantum mirrors and parallel realities. Mercer uncovered the coffee shop's dark secret. It stood on the grounds of Weston's vanished laboratory, where he delved into the unknown. As she delved deeper, a chilling revelation emerged from the security footage, a reflection of John Doe watching himself, two versions of the same man coexisting in a baffling dance of realities. The climax arrived when Mercer found the shattered mirror, a final note warning against further pursuit. The experiment had concluded, the window closed, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The enigma of the man who slipped between realities remained unsolved, shrouded in a veil of mystery and intrigue. The coffee shop faded into memory, the building razed to the ground, and Daniel Weston's fate left to the whispers of time. Detective Mercer, haunted by the case, found solace in writing, mirroring Weston's actions eerily. A fragment of the antique mirror adorned her wall, a silent witness to the unexplained phenomena that transcended the realms of the ordinary. Story 19. The aging apartment bore its idiosyncrasies, pipes that groaned and floorboards that whispered secrets of years gone by. But the new tenant, Sarah Coleman, sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps she heard were too deliberate, too purposeful, echoing from above, though she resided on the topmost floor. One fateful night, emboldened by curiosity, Sarah tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased abruptly, plunging the space into an eerie stillness. Then, a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah kept the strange occurrence to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building, or perhaps a small creature finding solace in the attic's embrace. Despite the nightly cadence of footsteps overhead, she adapted, drowning out the rhythmic pacing with heightened TV volumes and headphones, veiled in a veil of noise to shield her from the unseen presence. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace while conducting routine repairs. Removing a segment of drywall outside Sarah's unit to mend a leak, the worker uncovered a hidden passage that defied the building's known layout. Illuminated by a flashlight's beam, the passage revealed a clandestine living area, adorned with remnants of human habitation, discarded wrappers, empty bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. Summoned by the building's superintendent, Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, were greeted by the visibly shaken maintenance worker's cryptic words, "Someone dwells within the walls, watching." Within the discovered notebook lay meticulous records of Sarah's life, her habits, her visitors, her meals, her routines. The entries transitioned from orderly to erratic, cryptic symbols adorning the margins. The subject no longer responds, the final note lamented. She chooses to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensic teams scoured the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints that eluded all databases. A labyrinth of covert pathways interwoven into the building's structure was unveiled, connecting various apartments but culminating at peepholes disguised as innocuous fixtures in one unit, Sarah Coleman's. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond the typical clamor of communal living. However, past inhabitants painted a different narrative. 3 predecessors of Sarah recounted sensations of being observed or unexplained disturbances, one tenant departing within a fortnight, their experiences silenced by fear of sounding deranged. Breakthrough arose when forensics detected minuscule blood traces in a crawl space, the DNA tracing back to Martin Weaver, a former occupant who vanished without a trace years prior. Martin resided below Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris unearthed a pattern in Edward's transient existence. Known as Edward Mercer, the enigmatic figure had resided in multiple buildings, always on the topmost floor, shunning social ties and leaving without a trace. A neighbor remembered Edward's intense demeanor and incessant need for silence. Investigating Edward's remote property, detectives stumbled upon a cabin adorned with a macabre display images of former residents, intricate schematics of ventilation systems, and journals documenting the maintenance of his specimens. Aboard, missing persons reports adorned the walls, and beneath lay disturbed earth, concealing the remains of his victims. While forensic experts labored to identify the fallen, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's abode. Sealed crawl spaces did not deter lingering whispers of unseen movements. During security enhancements, a notebook was discovered, harbored in a crevice where wall met ceiling. Its first page bore a chilling message: "They found my old sanctuary, but not my new one." The final entry depicted a crude rendition of Sarah's apartment layout, marking a new passage in crimson ink, scheduled for that very night. Racing to Sarah's dwelling, officers found it vacant, save for an enigmatic message etched in bathroom steam: "Look up." Above the shower, a removed ceiling panel hinted at Edward's elusive presence. The pursuit for Edward continues, a sinister figure adept in concealed dwellings and insidious observation. Sarah Coleman's fate remains a haunting enigma, intertwined with vanishing tales across state lines. Authorities, forewarned of covert encroachments, remain vigilant against hidden spaces and unauthorized alterations. Among the haunting artifacts, Detective Morris fixates not on the graves or journals, but on the echo of Sarah's solitary nights, enveloped by unseen footsteps from an empty space above. In moments of solitude, he too gazes upward, listening intently, pondering who else may be listening in the shadows of the night. Story 20: The Enigmatic Dollhouse. She never fancied venturing up there, but when the storm breached the roof, she had no alternative. The attic was a realm of forsaken relics, veiled in dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the farthest nook was an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, its minuscule furnishings arranged with precision. Yet as she gazed inside, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not mere dolls. They were diminutive, hand-carved replicas of her kin. Each figure meticulously positioned exactly where they had been seated downstairs, except one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic portal. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, sensing the groove where the small wooden figure stood. The revelation sent a shiver through her being, unrelated to the chilly draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there at all. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rented dwelling the family had recently occupied. The saga commenced with Rebecca's frantic plea to law enforcement. Officers descended upon the suburban abode to find a family in turmoil, clustered in their living space, reluctant to ascend. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially brushed off their distress as an elaborate hoax, or perhaps the vivid imaginations of a family acclimating to an unfamiliar residence. "The meticulousness struck me," Detective Harmon would later recount. Each tiny figurine captured a distinctive trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The probe took a turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. More unsettling were minuscule cameras discovered in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements unveiled a disquieting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored where the family had been seated that evening, but corresponded to precise locations from various days, hinting that someone had observed them long enough to discern their routines. "We realized it wasn't just a typical stalking case," elucidated Detective Harmon. "The perpetrator displayed a level of fixation seldom documented in criminal psychology." The investigation unveiled a hidden cellar entrance, camouflaged behind a faux wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living area with signs that someone had been dwelling there before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag indicated the intruder had been residing beneath the family for weeks. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Records disclosed the house had sat vacant for almost a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son had managed the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interrogations with neighbors yielded scant information. Most had noticed nothing amiss, though one elderly woman remarked occasionally glimpsing lights in the house during its vacancy. I presumed it was the real estate folks showcasing the property, she informed investigators. It never crossed my mind someone might be squatting there without consent. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Scrutinizing the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras, analysts traced the data to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, walls plastered with photographs of the Morgan family and past house occupants greeted them. Journal entries delineated the daily routines of each family member with eerie precision. The most chilling discovery was a workshop brimming with partially finished dollhouses, each representing different residences in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records showcased escalating debt after his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he had fashioned the hidden living space, persisting to reside there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his command post, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure symbolized someone he surveilled. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a menace, it was his way of acknowledging her uncovering of his surveillance apparatus. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he expounded on his motivation. They dwelled in my house, slumbered in my parents' chamber. I needed to ensure they treated it with reverence. When probed about the positioned figures, he merely stated, I desired them to know I was ever vigilant. The psychiatric evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells could not emotionally cope with losing his childhood home and devised an intricate system to retain authority over it. The dollhouse morphed into his mode of establishing dominion over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the dwelling again. Rebecca later reflected on the moment that haunted her most, not the discovery of the dollhouse, but its implications. Someone had been monitoring us all this time, measuring our existence, transforming us into pawns. The genuine terror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was comprehending that in his eyes we were merely playthings to be positioned and observed. Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The trial prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure residences are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge noted the exceptional violation the Morgan family had suffered. You didn't just invade their abode, you shattered their sense of security and self-determination. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your amusement. What renders the case particularly chilling to criminologists is how long Wells might have operated undetected had Rebecca not unearthed the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his diaries indicated he had clandestinely inhabited homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, crafting dollhouses of each surveilled family. The Morgan family eventually relocated far away, yet Rebecca confessed in victim impact statements that she still checks closets and crawl spaces habitually. She eradicated all dollhouses and miniatures from their new abode. Some days I still sense eyes upon me, she confided. I ponder if somewhere, someone is still manipulating a miniature version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to discover. Story 21, the enigmatic box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten treasures in the attic of an old house, a relic of times long past. Among the faded Polaroids of joyous occasions, one photo stood out, shrouded in mystery. In the image, a family sat in the familiar living room, their smiles frozen in time, but they were not Rebecca's family. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a figure observed silently. As Rebecca gazed at the unsettling photograph, a shiver danced down her spine, her fingers trembling, causing the edges of the photo to quiver. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing in on her, suffocating her with its unfamiliarity. Placing the photo on the cold kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh light, noting the uncanny resemblance of the house to hers, yet inhabited by strangers. Detective Morgan arrived, his weathered leather jacket a testament to his years of solving mysteries. With a keen gaze, he examined the photo, seeking clues in its silent depths. Delving into the history of the house, he uncovered a trail of vanished families, each occupying the space for a year before disappearing without a trace. The puzzle deepened as forensic analysis revealed eerie details in the photograph, the figure in the hallway, tall and shadowy, a silent observer of the families who came and went. The house's dark past unraveled, connecting each vanished family to a mysterious architect, Samuel Whitfield, who seemed to linger in the shadows of the captured moments. Beneath the house's concrete floor, a macabre discovery awaited the preserved remains of the missing families, each frozen in time like the photographs that documented their happiness. Among the chilling evidence, a journal hinted at a sinister presence observing from the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting resident. Rebecca, now a mere pawn in a deadly game, sought refuge in a hotel, haunted by the chilling realization that she had stumbled upon something far more sinister than she could have imagined. The night brought no solace, only the eerie ring of a phone, the mechanical click of a camera capturing her fear. As the investigation continued, the house stood silent, holding its secrets close, while whispers of Samuel Whitfield's elusive existence lingered in the air. Some believed he met his end long ago, while others feared he roamed free, seeking out new victims in new homes, forever watching from the shadows. In a world where truth and darkness intertwined, those who dared to uncover the mysteries of the man in the photograph found themselves ensnared in a web of deceit and malevolence, where the line between reality and nightmare blurred, and the watchers in the shadows remained ever vigilant. Story 22: The Unsettling Discovery. Renovations always have a way of revealing hidden secrets, mysterious remnants of the past waiting to be uncovered. In the old Victorian-era home that Sarah and Michael purchased at an estate auction, such secrets lay dormant, tucked away beneath the floorboards and within the walls. As the couple delved into their renovation project, they stumbled upon a peculiar find. While pulling up the floorboards, they came across a neatly folded letter, its yellowed paper and faded ink telling a tale of caution. "Don't trust the one who knocked," the message warned, sending shivers down their spines. Before they could comprehend the gravity of the message, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty house, a chilling echo of the past. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned partner by her side, arrived at the scene to investigate the unsettling discovery. With the floorboards still removed, exposing the dark void beneath, Detective Reed's gloved hands carefully retrieved the ominous note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent touch had tainted potential evidence. The fear etched on Sarah and Michael's faces was palpable, their unease painting a portrait of genuine concern. Background checks on the couple revealed nothing amiss newlyweds with solid backgrounds and stable lives. However, the history of the house told a different story. Previously owned by the Hargrove family, the home had a complex past, marred by the enigmatic death of its last resident, Margaret Hargrove. As Detective Reed delved deeper into the investigation, she uncovered layers of intrigue surrounding the Hargroves. Franklin, Margaret's late husband, had a shadowy history of gambling debts and a mysterious figure known as the collector who haunted their lives. Through meticulous forensic analysis and interviews with former acquaintances, a haunting picture emerged. Franklin's descent into paranoia, Margaret's silent fears, and the ominous presence of the collector painted a dark narrative of betrayal and tragedy. The breakthrough came when Margaret's frail sister, residing in a nursing home, whispered of the collector's menacing visits and Margaret's growing terror. Franklin's refusal to sell the house to pay off his debts had set off a chain of events that led to a chilling discovery buried beneath the foundation. With the help of a forensic team and cadaver dogs, Detective Reed unearthed the remains of Victor Mercer, the elusive loan shark who had disappeared 2 decades ago. The grim truth emerged from the depths of the crawlspace, revealing a tale of violence, fear, and desperate choices. Margaret's diaries, hidden in the attic, provided a haunting glimpse into her tormented existence, haunted by the echoes of 3 knocks that lingered long after the collector's disappearance. The house bore witness to unspeakable secrets, its walls holding memories of betrayal and sacrifice. Justice, though delayed, was finally served as the truth came to light. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim past, chose to sell it, leaving behind a legacy of mystery and tragedy. The house now sits vacant, its renovations abandoned, a silent witness to the chilling events that unfolded within its walls. Local rumors speak of ghostly echoes in the night, 3 distinct knocks that pierce the silence, a reminder of the dark legacy that still lingers. Detective Reed's final report reflected on the enigmatic nature of the case, acknowledging that some mysteries defy resolution, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. The note, stored in evidence, continues to hold its ominous warning, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Margaret's story remains a haunting enigma, a tale of love, loss, and the sinister forces that lurk in the shadows. In the quiet of the night, the house whispers its secrets, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, their truths buried deep within the heart of darkness. Story 23. The motel was a relic of the past, a place where transient souls sought brief respite from the road. The key was handed to her with a cryptic warning by the clerk, his eyes betraying a hidden knowledge. "Just remember, don't venture towards the final door on the left." His words carried a weight of mystery as they lingered in the air. In the quiet of the night, she found herself drawn to that forbidden door, a pull she couldn't resist. The corridor was cloaked in shadows, the only sound her own hushed footsteps on the worn carpet. When she reached the door, a chill ran down her spine as she touched the icy knob. It seemed like any other door, nondescript and unassuming, until she pressed her ear against it. A faint, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side, a presence unseen but deeply felt. Detective Morgan Reed entered the room with a sense of foreboding. The yellow crime scene taped a barrier between reality and the unknown. The metallic tang of blood assaulted her senses, a scent that spoke of tragedy and violence. The scene before her was a paradox, a pristine bathroom juxtaposed with the grim tableau of death. The young woman lay motionless on the floor, her features frozen in a silent scream or a plea for mercy. As Reed knelt beside the victim, she absorbed the details with trained precision. The forensic technician's voice cut through the silence, stating the grim truth of another victim, another life cut short by a ruthless hand. The similarities to previous cases were stark, a pattern emerging in the shadows of these forgotten motels. Back at the station, Reed delved into the investigation, each piece of evidence a puzzle to be solved. The victims, all connected by a thread of familiarity, painted a picture of fear and vulnerability. The killer's motive eluded her, a mystery she was determined to unravel. The autopsy report revealed the method of death: strangulation, a personal touch in a sea of randomness. The absence of DNA evidence under the victim's fingernails hinted at a calculated killer, someone who knew how to cover their tracks. Days turned into nights as Reed chased leads and interviewed witnesses, each revelation bringing her closer to the truth. The victim's sister provided a clue, a shadowy figure from the victim's past, a man known only as C. Reed's instincts guided her towards the victim's workplace, where she uncovered a tangled web of secrets and lies. Charles Emerson, a pillar of the corporate world, emerged as a person of interest in Werner's life. His polished exterior belied a darkness within, a secret life that had led to tragedy. Reed's interrogation of Emerson revealed cracks in his facade, the truth seeping through his carefully constructed lies. The evidence against Emerson mounted, painting a damning portrait of a predator hiding in plain sight. His meticulously planned encounters with the victims, his twisted obsession with recording their final moments, all pointed towards a man consumed by his own desires. The trial brought closure to the families of the victims, but for Reed, the case remained an enigma. The empty gaze of Emerson haunted her, a glimpse into a void where compassion should have resided. The media dubbed it the door on the left case, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked behind closed doors. In the stillness of the evidence locker, the keys to those fateful motel rooms remain, silent witnesses to the horrors that unfolded within. Reed's footsteps echoed down empty hallways, a ghostly reminder of the secrets that dwell in the shadows. Some doors once opened can never be closed, their mysteries forever etched in the fabric of time. Story 24. The old wooden plank protested with a soft creak as her foot pressed down on it, a slight shift, imperceptible to most, yet enough to draw her curiosity. Sarah Coleman knelt down, her hand tracing the edges of the loose board, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor whispered secrets, beckoning her to explore its concealed depths. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a shadowy world tucked beneath her newly acquired sanctuary. Dust motes danced in the dim light, revealing forgotten relics of a hidden chamber. A mattress lay abandoned, a solitary chair stood sentinel, and in the corner a weathered notebook lay open, its pages filled with a haunting repetition of her own name. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah peered into the darkness below, a mixture of fear and disbelief reflected in her eyes. It wasn't just the discovery of a hidden room that unsettled Sarah, it was the violation of her newfound haven, the intrusion of a malevolent presence that had lurked unbeknownst to her. Touch nothing more, Detective Reed's voice resonated with quiet authority, punctuating the stillness. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, unveiling a chilling tableau of surveillance. Walls adorned with photographs captured Sarah's every movement, a twisted shrine to an obsession that had festered right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an enigmatic recluse who had left behind no living relatives. The property had whispered no warnings during the sale, its history shrouded in silence. The hidden room had remained concealed, a sinister secret awaiting its moment to uncoil. I never met him, the previous owner. Sarah's voice was a mere whisper. The neighbors spoke of his seclusion. The basement access was supposed to be sealed off. The inspection report assured me of that. Crime scene investigators descended upon the hidden chamber, their presence a solemn acknowledgement of the darkness that had tainted this once charming abode. Evidence was meticulously catalogued, fingerprints of the deceased owner, Walter Green, haunting every surface. A timeline emerged, painting a portrait of obsession that spanned years, Walter's fixation on Sarah escalating with each passing day. The department psychologist offered insight into Walter's deteriorating psyche, the progression from infatuation to fixation chillingly evident in the hidden room's contents. Detective Reed's investigation took a sinister turn when a former co-worker of Walter's revealed cryptic hints of plans that had never come to light. A key found in a forgotten locker led to a storage unit, a chilling replica of Sarah's former life meticulously recreated within its confines. Furniture, decor, a mannequin bearing her likeness, a sinister tableau of Walter's distorted reality, a delusion of belonging that had festered unchecked. Institutionalized in his youth for an obsessive infatuation, Walter's dormant delusions had resurfaced, fixating on Sarah with a fervor born of untreated psychosis. Reed's pursuit of truth unearthed a harrowing narrative of twisted desire, a dance of darkness that had nearly ensnared its unwitting prey. Sarah's decision to sell the house was a testament to the shadows that lingered within its walls, the specter of Walter's obsession too potent to ignore. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to the cottage, seeking solace in a future untainted by the taint of the past. As life moved on, the cottage found new occupants, unaware of the chilling legacy that lay buried beneath its floorboards. The hidden room was sealed, its secrets entombed in silence. Yet for those who knew the truth, the memory of Walter Green's twisted fixation lingered, a cautionary tale of dangers unseen, of monsters that slumber in the shadows, and of survivors who walk unknowingly on the edge of darkness. Story 25: The Enigmatic Victorian House. She crossed the threshold, the dust swirling in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its walls shedding memories, its furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Every step felt like a journey through a forgotten era except for one peculiar detail. The doors, each one she opened, led back to the same room. No matter the path she chose, no matter the handle she turned, she always found herself back in the parlor. The only escape seemed to be the entrance she had come through. But as she pivoted to leave, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body transformed the desolate Victorian from a mere curiosity to a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved silently through the dim interior like specters. The house had gained a reputation among the locals, the place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen eyes watching lingered. Now it held secrets far more sinister than mere myths. The initial assessment suggests she passed approximately 3 days ago, murmured the medical examiner, his voice barely audible. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands folded gracefully in her lap as if awaiting a visitor. There were no signs of struggle, no marks of a fight. The scene exuded a chilling stillness that even seasoned investigators found unsettling. "Who reported the discovery of the body?" inquired Lind, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to prospective buyers," her partner responded. "They entered, saw her seated there, mistook her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of neglect, unwanted, unsold, and mostly forgotten, except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, was described by friends as meticulous, driven, and captivated by spaces that challenged traditional designs. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have undoubtedly piqued her curiosity. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation unveiled that Morgan had frequented the house multiple times in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries detailed peculiar acoustics, unexpected pockets of cold, and doors that seemed to lead to varying rooms with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she termed spatial anomalies. However, this equipment remained undiscovered. During the autopsy, an unexpected detail surfaced traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic practices. The substance was known to induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities lethal enough. She wasn't one to partake in recreational drugs, insisted her boyfriend during questioning. Morgan was dedicated to her research methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception knowingly. Digital forensics unearthed remnants of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, conversations with a person who shared her fascination with the house, an individual claiming to grasp its enigmas. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and enigmatic. The house retains the memories of its past, read one message. It yearns for someone to unveil its truths. The investigation led Lind and her team to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, and their professional bond had evolved into a more personal connection. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely distraught by her passing. "The house holds a legacy," he explained. The original architect embedded optical illusions and false perspectives within its design. It was intended to bewilder and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond mere design tricks. However, Reeves had a solid alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's death. Surveillance footage depicted him delivering a lecture at a distant university symposium during that period. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, Alina Blackwood's grandson, now residing overseas. Contacted by the investigators, he divulged a family secret buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish in that house," he disclosed. "There were others, always discovered in the parlor, always appearing serene. The family referred to it as the claiming." He provided the detectives with journals spanning back decades, chronicling deaths initially attributed to heart failure or strokes. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals spending substantial time within the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically termed the influence. A secondary search of the premises unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators stumbled upon Morgan's missing equipment and something more. A small chamber housing artifacts from various indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric pattern. At its core sat a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by generations of handling. Analysis identified the figurine as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between realms. Residues on the artifacts matched the alkaloid detected in Morgan's system. The case took a startling turn when dust pattern forensics within the house hinted at another presence during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints, neither Morgan's nor of any known visitor, were retrieved from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, his expression tranquil, with the same alkaloid evident in his system. Clasped in his hand was a key that matched no lock within his residence, but seamlessly fit the concealed compartment in the Victorian. In his final email sent to himself as if safeguarding a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors led where they always have, yet something tricks you into believing you're circling. Once the truth dawns on you, you can depart at any moment, but by then, you no longer wish to. The case remains officially unresolved, labeled as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian has since been condemned, its access monitored by authorities. Nonetheless, whispers persist of lights flickering within during certain evenings, of individuals entering but never departing. Some locals assert that the house seizes those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unearthed something ancient and potent, something existing within the boundaries of conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where every door leads back to the start. Story 26. In the quiet of the morning, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box whispering of hidden secrets. It wasn't meant for her, the name on it was wrong, but her address was right. She hesitated, knowing she should ignore it, leave it untouched outside. But curiosity, that sly whispering temptress, won the battle. With delicate fingers, she peeled back the tape, expecting mundane contents. Instead, nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note bearing a simple command: watch alone. Sarah held the black plastic rectangle in her hands, feeling the weight of it pressing against her palms like a forbidden secret. The tape seemed heavier than it should be, as if carrying the burden of untold stories. Her fingertips traced the worn edges, exploring the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the frantic marks of urgency, each stroke filled with a sense of impending revelation. Outside, the suburban world carried on with its usual rhythm, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing, the gentle hum of a lawnmower. Oblivious to the enigma that had just crossed Sarah's threshold, life went on as usual. Bringing the package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no familiarity for her. She had resided in her home for years without ever hearing that name. The previous owners, the Johnsons, were distant memories now, having left to embrace their golden years with family. Curiosity tangled with unease as Sarah glanced at her old VCR, a relic of bygone days. There was something about the tape that called to her, a mystery waiting to be unraveled within the worn black casing. Against her better judgment, she inserted the tape into the machine. At first, the screen crackled with static, a dance of white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a single lamp casting long shadows. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily placed, revealing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features shrouded in darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, quiet yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and they will find me too." Leaning forward, he emerged from the shadows, a face etched with exhaustion and paranoia, eyes haunted, stubble unkempt, hair in disarray. "I am innocent," Daniel's voice trembled slightly. "I need you to believe that. They framed me, planted evidence to make me appear guilty. I never knew Catherine Walsh until I saw her lifeless face on the news." The camera trembled as Daniel adjusted it, offering glimpses of the barren room, blank walls, minimal furnishings, the temporary refuge of a man ready to flee at a moment's notice. They twisted the truth. Daniel's voice carried a weight of despair. I saw her name flagged in the system, under surveillance by powers unseen. And then she was gone, and I was left holding the blame for a crime I did not commit. Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the VHS tape before her, the fifth in a series that had surfaced. Each tape bore the desperate message of Daniel Whitaker, the prime suspect in the murder of Catherine Walsh, a man who had vanished into the shadows on the day her life was extinguished. The Walsh case had seemed straightforward initially, a young woman strangled in her own home, evidence pointing squarely at Whitaker. But the tapes introduced a chilling complexity, hinting at a web of deceit and manipulation far beyond a simple murder. As Ramirez delved deeper into the investigation, she uncovered a startling revelation. Catherine Walsh had been a whistleblower against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of corruption and deceit. Documents surfaced, revealing the company's dark secrets, buried beneath layers of lies and false promises. The detective's suspicions grew as she unearthed inconsistencies in the evidence, witness testimonies that rang hollow, and surveillance footage that conveniently vanished. The pieces of the puzzle began to form a disturbing picture of power and manipulation. Days passed and another package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. This time it contained a trove of incriminating evidence, documents exposing PharmaCorp's sins, Catherine Walsh's digital fingerprints on every damning page. The tide was turning, the truth clawing its way to the surface through the murky depths of deception. Collaborating with recipients of the other tapes, Ramirez traced Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs, leading to a storage unit that held the key to the conspiracy. Within its confines lay the journal of Daniel Whitaker, the original evidence collected by Catherine, and the damning plans orchestrated by PharmaCorp's head of security. Justice, a silent specter, arrived not with a bang but with the quiet certainty of undeniable proof. Executives fell, the truth emerged from the shadows, and a dark chapter in the annals of corporate greed was closed. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a ghost of his former self, the weight of innocence and injustice etched into his weary frame. Charges dropped, vindicated but scarred, he stood face to face with Sarah Miller, the accidental guardian of his truth. "Why me?" Sarah's voice was a whisper, a question lingering in the air between them. "The algorithm chose you," Daniel replied, his gaze heavy with the weight of the past. "You were the unassuming guardian of a truth they sought to bury. The wrong address turned out to be the right one." And so the VHS tapes, relics of a twisted tale, were cataloged as evidence, a reminder that sometimes the path to truth wins through unexpected doorways, bearing names unknown, waiting for the curious souls willing to unveil the hidden narratives within. Story 27. The aged library faced its final moments, slated for destruction by the hands of workers nearing the end of their task. Amidst the chaos, a serendipitous stumble led one worker to a concealed latch hidden within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire bookcase swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway that whispered of secrets long forgotten. The air within was heavy, a time capsule untouched by human hands for decades. No furnishings adorned the hidden room, only a solitary chair, firmly anchored to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed through the silence: "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly contacted the authorities, transforming what appeared to be a routine demolition into a chilling enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, stood at the threshold of the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the darkness, casting light on the unsettling words that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice reverberating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The library's history painted a mysterious backdrop to the grim discovery. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind only an abandoned car near the woods, her fate shrouded in uncertainty. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, the case grew cold, with theories suggesting she had chosen to vanish voluntarily, though her family vehemently rejected this notion, convinced of a darker truth. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the ancient chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered within the scratches on the wall, hinting at a tumultuous struggle endured by a young woman. This chair was meant to confine someone, the forensic analyst observed, gesturing to the weathered leather straps still clinging to the arms. Whoever was held here fought fiercely against their captivity. Detective Walsh delved deeper into the Harrington family's past, a nagging suspicion tugging at his thoughts. The timing of the library's donation following Rebecca's disappearance struck a dissonant chord in his mind, hinting at a connection ripe for exploration. Further inquiries unveiled a disturbing revelation. The contractor who installed the bookshelf concealing the hidden room had exclusively served Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records unveiled exorbitant payments to this contractor, far surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the revelation, unaware of the concealed space's existence. An elderly librarian recollected Maxwell's solitary hours spent within that section of the building after hours, his desire for privacy misconstrued as a love for literature. Maxwell always insisted that area remain untouched during renovations, she divulged to investigators, unknowingly unraveling a tangled web of deceit. The investigation reached a chilling climax when DNA analysis confirmed the biological material in the hidden room matched samples obtained from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her abandoned bedroom. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with alarming clarity. Rebecca had not fled, but had been held captive behind the bookshelf, likely by a member of her own family. Securing a warrant to search the Harrington estate, detectives uncovered a leather-bound journal concealed in a hidden compartment of Maxwell's study. Its pages chronicled months of obsessive fixation on his niece, culminating in a final entry of chilling resolve. She threatened to expose everything. "I could not allow that. The room will keep her until she sees reason." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's composed facade crumbled. "She was a threat to everything I had built," he confessed tonelessly. "Rebecca unearthed proof of my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was at stake. I could not let her tarnish it." A grim truth emerged from Maxwell's words. Luring Rebecca to the library, he imprisoned her within the hidden room, intending to coerce her into silence. However, a fatal altercation ensued during her attempt to escape, leading to her tragic demise. "I acted out of fear," Maxwell admitted in his recorded confession. "I buried her beneath the room's floor and sealed her away. Donating the building ensured that no one would ever disturb that section." Subsequent scans of the hidden chamber revealed human remains beneath the floor, confirming Rebecca's heartbreaking fate. Her skeletal form, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents on her 20th birthday, lay in silent testimony to a life cut short by treachery. Maxwell faced justice as the Harrington family bore witness to his sentencing, clutching the bracelet, a poignant reminder of the daughter they had lost. The library's demolition ground to a halt, transformed into a place of reverence and mourning. Community members offered floral tributes at its entrance, honoring the memory of a young woman whose voice had endured through the ages, etched on the walls as a haunting testament to a life unjustly taken. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's whispered plea, "I am still here," ensured her legacy would endure, casting light on the shadows of the past and ultimately delivering justice to a soul that had languished in obscurity for far too long.